Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So on the 15th, I attended a workshop at Caltech, co-sponsored by a couple of their departments and institutes. It was a workshop for local leaders regarding data centers and their community impact. The mayor actually was also there with me. It was really a really great workshop, very practical. We heard from the lawyer and mayor of Monterey Park, who you may know. Monterey Park passed a moratorium or a ban on data centers within their jurisdiction in this last, in the primary election, and it passed by an extraordinary margin. So they were talking a little bit about the specifics as to how that came about and the project that was in response to, essentially. And then then we got a lot of great science from the Caltech folks about both the impacts of data centers on the region and also kind of some of the politics and human science behind, why voters feel the way that they do about data centers. So it was really, I think, eye-opening for me. I mean, I don't think in the grand scheme that, Sierra Madre itself has to worry too much about being a destination for a large data center. But I'm very concerned about places around us that are destinations and that have an impact on our region, because obviously things like power and water and other resources are not, they don't stop at city lines. If Monterey Park had built this center and it drained our watershed, it wouldn't have stopped at, Monterey Park share. So I'm very interested in figuring out how to regionalize some of these decisions so that we don't have cities trying to make a profit off of something that's going to end up burdening a much broader swath of the region. So anyway, it was a great morning, and it was also great to just, as always with these things, be able to interact with our sister and neighboring cities and talk to them about this issue and other issues. So it was a good morning. And then last night I attended the meeting of the library trustees. It was their wrap-up meeting after the grand opening, so I got to relive that all over again, which is amazing because it's every time we talk about it, everyone just fills with joy. So it's just a repeat, which is amazing, especially since I wasn't able to attend. I would like to thank in general, obviously, all of the organizations in the city that support the library, the Friends, the Library Foundation, of course, played a huge role. And I would just like to recognize 3 members of the Library Foundation board who are coming off the board, and all of whom greatly contributed to the fundraising and the amazing support that the foundation provided for our new library. And that is Dawn Dennison, Beth Corman, and Tom Polson. So they are coming off the foundation, and I just wanted to thank them for their service.
Definitely. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, so on June 19th, I did attend the Art Walk in town. It was another well-attended event. You can see so many people that aren't from town and in the townies, right, enjoying this wonderful event. It's great to see the businesses open and having art and music pouring out of their doors. It's great to see such a vibrant community. I didn't get it, but I heard some people on the side of the street saying, "This really feels like New York to me." And I was like, well, I don't think we want to become New York, but I took it as a compliment because they were like in awe of how cool our town is. I wasn't able to attend the community bike ride that also happened that day, but I did talk to some residents that did partake in it, and the feedback was excellent. They were surprised that there weren't more people, and they were really excited to be guided out by our new motorcycle. So there was a very positive review of our community bike ride. Like I said, I didn't attend it and I didn't see it, but that happened the same day. And then my daughter attended the movie in the park, and she said that was same night. A lot going on June 19th.
Yeah.
Was another great event that our community services department and some other groups put on. I also attended, I don't remember the date, but the previous week, a little bit of the concert in the park, the Main Street Groovers, and I saw the kick that you were talking about, Madam Mayor. It was a fun event, and again, another great Sierra Madre weekend event in the park. And then on June 20th, I attended the city community yard sale. We're doing that twice a year now, so look out for that. There was a lot of vendors there. It is put on by our senior community services commission, so our senior community commissioners were there, got to see most of them at that event, selling donuts and coffee, and one even had their own booth. But I encourage you to attend that when it happens in town, since we're doing it twice a year. And if you ever need to clean out your closets or your garage, it's always it's a good event to do that at. Make some money, and then generally the goodwill comes afterward. And anything you don't want to take back home, you can donate to somebody else to reuse. So that's a good event as well. And I think that concludes my report.
Thank you. Again, the June 15th event at Caltech was really phenomenal in the sense that we also got to hear the pros and cons of why you might want to have that data center maybe put in your area because of the infrastructure benefits you could gain from it, or some of the pros of being able to fund things you couldn't normally fund in your city through that avenue. I also was interesting to identify how many data centers we actually do have within our own neighborhoods. Even locally within a few miles of our city, whether they be very small or whether they're larger, and just exactly how much power they take or how much water, the different types of centers, and just everything that entails. It was an enlightening event. On June 18th, I attended the Cal Cities Cal Pack event at the Magic Castle, which is the first time I've ever been there, so that was really great. And it was interesting to hear from the Cal Cities and League of Cities on what legislation we should be looking at coming forward in this next year, and which legislation they're really backing and which ones they're identifying as what they're endorsing and what they're also endorsing to argue against. So stay tuned for some of that. Some of these policies really could change how our city interacts and how our state runs. And then on June 19th, I attended the beginning of the art walk. I love going through our little shops and seeing all the extra things they offer, and then all the art. Very diverse artists, diverse music. It's so well put together for a group that's just a group of volunteers and our different galleries that put that together, and it's very impressive. So that was a great time. And then the concert in the park has been great. We did skip this last week because it was Father's Day weekend, and so we skipped the concert in the park, so it'll be coming back. The next band of this coming weekend is going to be a 50s and 60s kind of music band. And so I'm moving on to further events. Beginning July 1st, high school students can learn to play Dungeons & Dragons with Dungeon Master Dempsey, a lot of Ds, during a month-long campaign held on Wednesdays at 1:30 p.m., which registration is required, and that's at our library. Also on July 1st, adults can join Paint Your Pet, a fun painting workshop led by local artist Sue Wise. Participants will create a personalized portrait of their favorite pet. You're not painting your pet.
Okay.
I was like, all right. Sounds fun. Registration is also required for that at our library. There are 2 summer science workshops remaining with local teacher Danny Ritchie. This Saturday, June 27th at 10 a.m., participants will explore tensegrity, the science of balance and structure. The final workshop on July 11th at 10 a.m. will teach participants how to build a solar-powered fan. Registration is required for both programs. And then on July 9th at 9 a.m., the library will host Sensory Play, a sensory-friendly program for children ages birth through 11 with sensory processing challenges, autism spectrum disorder, or ADHD. Registration is also required. And don't miss Bubble Mania on July 13th at 10 a.m. This family-friendly bubble extravaganza will replace baby rhyme time and preschool story time, but no registration is required. This Sunday, here it is again. It's called the Acme Time Machine for Concert in the Park. That's the 50s and 60s rock and roll band. And on Sunday, June 12th, the New Romantics, that's the next concert in the park, July 12th, thank you. The New Romantics, which is a Taylor Swift tribute band. That is one of the most popular, and it's very, very good. You wouldn't believe it's not her. It's fantastic.
She gives out friendship bracelets to the crowd, too.
Ooh. They start at 6 p.m. at the...
Important to some people.
Yes. And that's why I'm in awe. at 6 p.m. at the Memorial Park Band Shell. And on July 3rd, please join us for the park events. We have the concert is going to be Groovy Lemon Pie. We have a beer garden run by our Little League and Softball League, and then we also have fun kids for games for kids in the park through the YMCA, and then tons of food trucks, and it's a big party. So please join us at 5 p.m., starting at 5 p.m. on this not this next Saturday, July 3rd. July 4th, we have our parade, which starts at 10 a.m. Please join us, everybody. We have so many great, not floats, I would say, but participants lined up, and all of us will probably be waving our hands and smiling at you too. So please join us for the 4th of July parade. And I think that is it.
Madam Mayor, if I can add, it was brought to my attention, and I haven't seen any advertisement to it, but just for announcements, is that the YMCA is running free memberships for teenagers through the summer. So that's our building, our resource in town. So I would encourage teenagers to sign up for this free event.
They also have free open swim on the 4th after the parade.
That's right.
And what about the fun?
The firecracker run is going to be in the morning of the 4th of July parade. Oh, gosh, does it start at 7 o'clock a.m.? And you can run about 3 miles across Sierra Madre Boulevard down to the YMCA and back up into town right before you join us for the parade. So thank you for those reminders. All right, let's move on to our reports from city staff.
Madam Mayor, there are no updates from staff today.
All right, do we have any public comment for items not on the agenda? Any person wishing to speak before the city council is asked to complete a speaker card and provide it to the city clerk prior to the start of the meeting. Speakers are given 3 minutes and time may not be delegated. Under the Brown Act, the City Council is prohibited from discussing or taking action on any item not listed on the posted agenda. Is there any public speaker cards for items not on the agenda?
Madam Mayor, we did not receive any speaker cards for items not on the agenda. However, for the record, there was one email that was submitted from Mr. Eaton, and that email was forwarded to the City Council earlier today for consideration. It was for items not on the agenda.
And do we have a speaker that would like to come for items not on the agenda? Oh, that's at the end. So that is on the agenda, and that will be at the very end. Thank you, sir. I think you go to the last item that says discussion, and that'll be there. All right. I'm surprised. That's one of the first times. All right, public hearing. Any person wishing to speak before the City Council on a public hearing item is asked to complete a speaker card in the back, noting the agenda item number and providing it to the city clerk. Separate and apart from the applicants, each speaker will be given 3 minutes, and under the Brown Act, again, the City Council is prohibited from discussing or acting on any items not listed on the posted agenda. And let's see, let me get my other card. All right, we'll now move on to our public hearing. City Manager, do we have any presentations from City Council tonight?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first item is resolution number 2658, adopting the Sierra Madre General Plan Open Space and Recreation Element and Conservation Element Update. And a presentation will be given by Assistant Planner Caitlin Wong.
Good evening, Ms. Wong.
The red light's on. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lowe and members of the City Council. Tonight, the City Council will be reviewing resolution number 2658, a general plan update to the open space and recreation element and conservation element. The open space and conservation element was originally adopted in the 2015 Sierra Madre General Plan. And in this plan, the state mandated updates were integrated throughout chapters in the entire document. The general plan amendment presented to you today are provided in separate documents for each element. Due to recent state legislation, such as SB 1425, the state has required cities to update its open space element by January 1st of 2026. And although we are past this deadline, The state also allows for cities who make a good faith effort in completing these updates to complete it without any penalties. Additionally, AB 1889, the state requires each city to update its conservation element by January 1st, 2028. And since these two elements require similar research and are cohesive with each other, staff has decided to complete these two element updates together. And to assist in completing these updates, the city has contracted with Kimley Horn Associates for their consultant services. So after City Council had approved the professional services agreement with Kimley Horn had provided a presentation to the City Council on October 14th in regards to the scope and timeline for these updates. Following that, an in-person workshop at the Senior Center Hart Park House was provided with interactive activities as well as an announcement for a community survey that was conducted to receive feedback regarding an upcoming element update for the draft, and 112 responses were received. On March 18th of this year, the planning department had hosted a city booth at the Wisteria Festival to publicize a future draft, which was available for a 30-day period in this past month, and members of the public were able to review and provide feedback through an online forum, and 3 responses were received. And last Thursday, Planning Commission had reviewed the element updates and had recommended approval to the City Council and also provided feedback and comments to the element updates as well, which leads us to tonight. The City Council will be reviewing these updates under this resolution. During the Planning Commission meeting last Thursday, the Commission had provided comments and feedbacks to staff regarding the element updates, and staff had also received comments and feedback from members of the public, which were addressed and incorporated in the elements posted on our city website today. And a copy of a matrix of all comments that were received and the responses are provided to the council as well on the dais and were emailed to the council as well yesterday evening. So the elements or the updates after the Planning Commission address the spelling and formatting issues, improved consistency, clarified park sizes and classifications, updated photos in the documents, revised language for clarity, and updated tables and sections to include all information and community groups. The element updates are internally consistent with each other and with the broader general plan, and with the policy and goals of both elements are complementary and reflect the purposes of this update as well. This general plan amendment qualifies for a common sense exemption pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15061B3, and that these amendments consist of policy level updates that do not authorize or result in a physical change to the environment, as well as it qualifies for Class 8 categorical exemption under CEQA Section 15308, and that this project constitutes an action taken by the regulatory agency for the purposes of protecting the environment. The drafted elements are available for review on our city website. The city website does have the most updated version since the Planning Commission's review of last Thursday. You can do so by visiting the city website or scanning the QR codes below each element. And I'll give a couple seconds to do so. And now I will pass it over to Kimley Horn to provide a presentation of an overview of the general plan updates, its policies and goals, and some of our public engagement efforts. Before I do so, I do want to acknowledge Kimley Horn in their enormous efforts and help and coordination with the city. They've been extremely helpful in making these updates happen, and as well as staff and the community members for providing the feedback. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mrs. Barbaya.
Thanks, Caitlin. Hello, members of the City Council. Thank you for having us here. As Caitlin said, this was a very enjoyable process for us. We're very proud of the document that we put together, and it's there before you for review. I wanted to quickly take a couple minutes to introduce my team here. We have with us Kiana, who has worked on the environmental side of it and helped us with parts of conservation element. We have Daria, who's worked on almost all parts of the documents. And then we have Keone from Rocks Bio, our sub-consultant, who's helped us with the wildlife connectivity portion of this project. And then I want to also commend the city staff for helping us out with anything that we needed, any questions that we had, and being there to answer anything that we needed. With that, I wanted to begin the presentation. It's a short presentation. So California requires every city to address key topics of its general plan, known as elements. These include land use, mobility, housing, open space, conservation, safety, noise, environmental justice, and other elements. Together, they create one integrated policy framework that guides the city's decision. Today we are here because the city is updating two of its elements, park and open space and conservation elements. The last comprehensive update to these elements was completed in 2015. Since then, new state legislation has been adopted, including SB 1425, which focuses on equitable access to open space and recreational opportunities, and AB 1889, which emphasizes wildlife connectivity, habitat protection. This update ensures cities' policies remain current and compliant while reflecting Sierra Madre's local priorities. The project also included comprehensive review of existing conditions, updated mapping and resource data, and an evaluation of current policies against best practices. The result is a modernized policy framework that strengthens cities' commitment to parks, recreation, open space preservation, habitat protection, and climate resilience. The parks and open space element provides the framework for maintaining and enhancing Sierra Madre's parks, trails, and recreational resources. The updated element focuses on expanding safe and equitable access to parks, guiding investments that support health and quality of life, protecting existing resources, and strengthening climate resilience through greening and urban canopy preservation, tree canopy preservation. Today, the city has approximately 29.9 acres of parkland, 7.5 miles of trails, a 24% tree canopy, and about 91% of residents live within 10-minute walking distance of the park. The city of Sierra Madre provides 2.8 acres of park space per 1,000 population, which is a metric that we use to compare park space based on other communities. Because Sierra Madre is largely built out, the updated policies focus on improving existing facilities, expanding connectivity, preserving open space resources, and strengthening climate resilience through greening and urban tree enhancement. This slide summarizes some of the key enhancements made to parks and open space elements. New topics include park access and watershed analysis, equity and accessibility considerations, urban heat island impacts, tree canopy assessment, climate resilience, and expanded discussion of community facilities and recreation programming. The conservation element provides the framework for protecting Sierra Madre's natural resources while supporting a sustainable and resilient future. The updated element addresses water, energy, air quality, biological resources, habitat protection, wildlife connectivity, and climate resilience. This is particularly important given Sierra Madre's location at the base of San Gabriel Mountains, its significant ecological resources, and its role supporting wildlife movement between the habitat areas. The update also recognizes that nearly 44% of the city is covered by native vegetation communities, making conservation and stewardship key priorities for the community. Again, this slide highlights the major additions to conservation element. New topics include wildlife connectivity, habitat corridors, biological resources, climate adaptation, air quality, greenhouse gas reduction, and water conservation. Lastly, public engagement was key component of this update. Outreach included dedicated project webpage, regular social media updates, a city council presentation, a community survey that received more than 100 responses, a public workshop, a pop-up event at the Wisteria Festival, a focus group discussion with various city departments, tribal consultation, and public hearing at Planning Commission last week. So with that, I'm done with my presentation, and we are here to take any questions.
Questions from council?
I have quite a few. I don't know actually how many of them would be addressed to the Kindling Horn team and how much of them would be directed at staff. So I guess the first sort of overarching question is a process question. Like the housing element, or hopefully unlike the housing element, are these updates to these elements, do they get approval by any of the state agencies, or do we just, they take our word that we've addressed the key things that they put together in the legislation?
Its approval is from the city council, not from any other agencies.
So we just make sure that we've
Yes.
followed the recommendations, but there's no HCD equivalent that has to actually approve these elements.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Can I piggyback on that procedural? So this is not, though, like last week's design review, objective design review. This is not a living document, correct? This is a set general plan for how long of a span of time do we usually address that? And then we have to approve this as written, not we're approving a resolution that has a living document in it that can be changed. I need someone.
Yes, that's correct. So this isn't, unlike the housing element where this is like a recurring every year's approval, this is just a one-time state mandate. And I believe our general plan is good until 2035. So likely we'll be updating this again in 9 years.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I have lots of questions or comments about the actual plan. Do you want me to just jump in, or do
Go
you want
ahead,
to do it by
yeah.
section, or?
Maybe by section, you guys agree? Okay.
So I'll start with the open space and parks. I mean, I guess just one thing, I just noticed an error, actually, on page 7, under our schools. It makes the blanket statement that we don't have formal agreements with the schools to allow community use, and I think that's just actually wrong. I mean, we have an MOU with Pasadena Unified to use the field space at Sierra Madre Elementary and Sierra Madre Middle School for our baseball leagues. So I guess, I mean, not that that's, yeah, I just want to make sure that if, since it's not a living document, I want to just make sure it accurately reflects. I know that that MOU is about to expire, or maybe it has expired, and we need to actually update it, but that has been a long-standing arrangement that we actually do use those fields for limited recreation purposes. I think also, this was just a question, I think, about the status of the wet crossing at in the Bailey Canyon area. But I guess before we get there, does anybody have anything before we get to the recommendations?
My next one is in that same section, so do you guys have any more in the parks?
I don't think so.
So I don't think this is actually a question for this team. I think it's just, it just occurred to me that we do describe that that we're currently determining the feasibility of a wet crossing, and I know that there was some deadlines on the use of those funds, and so I'm just wondering if we actually did determine the feasibility and if we're actually doing it.
We did determine the feasibility. We are actively in contract or getting into contract with various vendors to do the upgrades that we previously brought to the city council. Our grant was also extended by another 30 days, so we have until July 30 to expend the funds.
Great.
So does that mean the language in this should change instead of anticipating or is it sufficient? Because this, like we said, this is a 9-year document.
Yeah, I can use more active language.
Piggybacking on that as well, is there was a section that mentioned that the Bailey Canyon Park and the trails are currently closed. Should we eliminate that as if it's a 9-year document, should we eliminate that language in there right now because it won't be closed for that much longer and it's going to show that it's currently closed and we won't update it? Can we eliminate that as well, that line? I think it says, I don't remember, it's at the bottom of that section.
I mean, I guess we could just change it, because it is a true statement that as of this moment, they are closed. I think maybe we could say that they are closed for rehabilitation and will be open when available. I mean, I don't even know to the extent, like there's an actual description of the trail back to the waterfall. That might not ever be reopened, because that may not exist, so.
And it also goes in and talks about from Bailey Canyon up to the saddle there. So, yeah, I mean, I think some clarification on it
Since
would be good.
it's not a living document, I don't know what to say.
I mean, we could say something similar, like the city is addressing the feasibility and any changes needed to be made based on the damage created by the fire and the mud flow.
I mean, are those planned out, like the other sections? Is there a plan set of when that will be repaired? Because we do have like a park that's not done yet either that we talk about the plans for.
Yeah, I mean, there is sort of a qualifying clause as of this writing. So
Yeah.
that's sort of the catch-all that we're looking prospectively.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and I guess the name of that, I did not know we have a Sierra Madre Wilderness Park. Like, I had no idea that all of our parks together are called the Sierra Madre Wilderness Park, but is that what the name is?
I've heard it described as that.
Okay. So that's Bailey Canyon Park, we named it, and this is the overall, all of our parks are the Sierra Madre Wilderness Park. Does anybody know?
I mean, I think that's the official designation that we put in the plan.
But is that what our historical name is? Is it anywhere else?
We haven't been able to locate those documents yet, but as of this writing, this is Sierra Madre Wilderness Park.
It's also known as like the Sierra Madre Wilderness Area, which was part
Yeah.
of the purchase that was in the 1970 larger. There's a history written in it, but that overall area would be the Sierra Madre Wilderness Area is what I think we refer
So should we
to
change
as.
it to area? Because park gives me an idea that it's
Is
one
it-
huge
all right.
park. Like Bailey Canyon Park versus, which is not all of Bailey Canyon, it's all of Bailey Canyon, the park right there. So would it be better to use the word area, consistent with our documentation on the purchase of it?
I mean, I think all of these edits are subject to the discretion of the council.
I prefer area,
I would agree with that.
thanks.
And then I just had a clarification. When you quantified the 2.78 acres of parkland for every 1,000, did that include the prospective acreage for the Meadows Park, or would that number actually go up when that park comes online?
Because there is plans for it to be developed, that would be included.
Okay, so
with
that,
the-
so that's
That
included
is with, yeah.
prospectively once that comes to be?
Correct.
Okay. I think that may have been all my questions on this element.
Are we on sections of the element? Okay, so tell us where the next section you want to go, because
Those were all my questions on the open space element.
My other question would be, how is the canopy calculated? And coincidentally, I had a resident talk to me today about our canopy, and then this was coming up on agenda. So how does that calculated? Is it satellite GIS view?
Yes, so the Department of Conservation has this data. It's based on the satellite GIS, and I think they do some kind of programming, and based on that, they see how much area of the city is covered by green canopy, and that's how they give. But your canopy is superb, it's 24%, so it's in one of the highest ranges in the state.
Thank you.
So,
And the next section, you said that you have questions?
Not until the conservation.
Anybody more for open space?
Yeah, I have some in the open space. I'm in equity
Okay.
barriers.
Go ahead.
So a couple questions on the equity barriers. So there's two statements, I think it's in that section, that says expanding pedestrian infrastructure with continuous sidewalks, improve crosswalks, ADA compliant curb ramps, and traffic calming measures will help guide all residents, including those with mobility limitations, safely to local parks. And the second one related to that is expanding the network of bike lanes along major corridors that connect residential neighborhoods to parks can improve safety and mobility. Installing bike racks and designated routes near parks and schools will encourage active transportation and reduce reliance on vehicles. How do cities typically take those recommendations and implement them?
so cities will typically take those recommendations as a part of not only open space element, but also as a part of mobility element, and either draft a multimodal plan or an active transportation and pedestrian gaps plan. And then based on that, there will be an implementation program.
So how is a mobility element different than I'm blanking on the name of it, I had it just a second ago, a circulation element?
So circulation element and mobility element are essentially the same. Previously, we used to call circulation element. Nowadays, most of the cities prefer calling this element as mobility element because they want to, mobility is more encompassing of pedestrians and bikes, and so it's a newer term instead of
Okay.
circulation. We call
Okay,
it
so
mobility.
mobility is the new circulation. Got it. Okay. And is there a state law requiring a mobility element?
Yes, so general plan includes mobility element as one of the mandatory elements. So
So right now, because we have a portion of a circulation element in our general plan, we wouldn't have, based on your understanding, and maybe we need to defer to staff, we wouldn't have to update that till 2035?
yeah, circulation.
Oh, 2030, I'm sorry, 2030.
No, 2035,
Turn
you're
to
right.
35.
Okay. Okay.
So there are a couple of new laws that have come in for mobility element.
Well, like you mentioned, SB 1425, so I'm not sure how that influences.
So the new law that I'm talking about is SB 932, which is development of a multimodal plan or an active transportation plan, and having an implementation plan for how you will implement these facilities over a period of 20 years. So that is a part of mobility element. That is something that mobility element or circulation element needs to look into. So that is something that you can look at when you're updating the mobility element.
And sorry, go ahead,
yeah.
finish.
Yeah, and then there is another law that deals with truck routes, which also has implications on mobility element, and mobility element needs to be updated based on including truck routes in the mobility element. So there are a couple laws that call for updating mobility element.
So the SB 932, when does it require the update of the mobility element?
I don't believe there is a deadline, but what it says is once the circulation element is adopted, in 2 years you have to update or draft a new multimodal plan or an active transportation plan within 2 years.
What's the trigger for 2 years?
Once you adopt your circulation element or a mobility element.
Once you update the mobility element, you have to update it in 2 years after that.
Yes.
And is every 2 years thereafter?
No.
So you do it initial, and then
Yes.
you have to do it, in 2 years, you have to update it again.
But our circulation plan was adopted well before
She
this
said
law.
adopted, not amend.
It's
So
two separate plans. It's the mobility element and then the active transportation plan, which is more of the tactical updates, right? So the mobility element will give you the policy objectives, but the active transportation will show you the actual sort of projects that you need to implement to get there.
Okay. Okay. And there's no requirement of timing on any of that?
I don't believe so, but we can look into it and get back to the city council.
Okay. Also, in that same section, there is a sentence that says, recreational programs should also be tailored to older adults, offering low-impact exercise options, social activities, and intergenerational opportunities that encourage active participation in community life. Did you get any feedback on that, especially from our senior commission?
I do know Sierra Madre has a very good active senior offerings. And so this is more of a general recommendation of could always be improved and furthermore. And that's what that sentiment was directed towards.
So-
But it
so-
wasn't more or less calling out that there was a significant
So
lack.
maybe that one should actually reflect, like, it makes it sound like if you read it out of context and if you don't know the city, to me, it sounds like we need to do more, and I'm like, I think we do a whole lot. So
Understood.
I think that one, it could be modified. And then there's reference in there to the 2012 Comprehensive Parks and Asset Management Plan. Is that the parks maintenance and asset management plan? Does that need to be updated on a periodic basis?
Councilmember Parkers, regarding the 2012 park maintenance plan that is maintained by Department of Public Works, at this time, I know that they are trying to do a refresh, but that would be part of the future plan for the refresh.
And what's the timing of that refresh?
There's no statute limitations on that, so it's depending on the future plan for the facilities that the department have, so council member could,
Okay.
budget for the item in the.
So it's up to kind of council discretion and direction on it? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Great.
Can I ask a clarifying question about this whole process? Do we approve the general plan with amendments tonight, or does it go to a second reading?
Unlike your zoning code, your general plan is approved via resolution, so there's only one approval for, there's no two readings for resolutions, just one.
So unless you want things brought back, we have to clarify exactly what language you want. So if you wanted things clarified about the senior activities such as senior yoga and walk through the park and et cetera, then we need to be specific on how they're going to rewrite that and then it'll be amended in that way.
All right, why don't we save that for discussion, and thank you for that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's all my questions for the open space element.
I have one more question about the open space. In the existing community facilities, there's just one more building that we have that has community events, and that's the Rose Float Association building. So if we could add that, that would be great. Thank you. And that's at also 611 East Sierra Madre. I don't think it has its own address, but I think it's 611 East still. I don't know.
Do they get mail?
Yeah.
We'll look into
Well, the dog park has 611.
The pickleball?
Yeah, exactly. 611 East. Okay, thank you. All right, any more questions for open space? All right, let's move on to is that okay? Everybody? Okay, let's move on to the conservation element.
I just have one question. It's towards the end, so I'll let others. Or I can just ask it. So this slide, which is the air quality slide, I mean, it's beautiful, obviously. I understand it's from November of last year. Is there any guidance on what we're supposed to include? Because obviously you picked probably among like 2 or 3 of the best air quality months, obviously. I suspect that June would not look like this, especially this June. So I guess I just want to make sure that, presenting the most beneficial is going to be, is going to, satisfy our obligations. Because I did turn to it and I was sort of like, wow, wouldn't that be great if that's how it was all the time?
Sure, we can add like some
I
context.
don't mind, no, I don't mind this. I just want to make sure that this is sufficient for, satisfying our obligation with respect to this element, that we're not sort of painting a rosier picture than we're supposed to. And if this is fine, then I'm happy with it.
Yeah, we just chose the time of writing the report, and it was a good month, I guess.
And when we talk about days exceeding the standard in the chart that precedes that picture, is that the California standard, or what standard are we? Because I know, like for example, in one of them, it talked, the carbon monoxide talks about 332 days above standard, but then our city data shows much below the California standard. So I wasn't quite understanding what standard we were measuring against in terms of exceeding it almost every day. It's on page 31 of the plan, if that's helpful, table 2.
You're talking about table 2,
Yeah.
the ambient air quality standards. So it's both California and the federal primary standards, just in different columns.
Right. So, for example, on the carbon monoxide, maybe I'm just not reading the table correctly, but it says, that we exceeded the standard 332 times. Is exceeded? I read exceeded as bad, right? That means that we're, our air quality is not good for carbon monoxide for 332 days. Is that the correct way to read that?
Yeah, I mean, it means that we're exceeding the standard. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad, but we are exceeding the standard set by the California
Right.
requirements and then the federal requirements. So
But I guess what's confusing about that is it says that the California standard, for example, is 20, and I'm assuming that's like 20 parts per million. And it says that the city data is 1.4, which obviously seems quite below 20. And so I'm just not sure how to read this to suggest that, we're typically above if the levels are significantly below.
Is it good to exceed it? In other words, is it good to have more carbon dioxide?
Definitely
I
not
mean,
good.
monoxide, of course not, so I don't know either.
Well,
Maybe it means exceed, like, as in we're doing better than it? I don't know. I suspect not, because we don't have great air quality. So just in general in Southern California, not specific to Sierra Madre, but.
And I'll just add to it, the 332, is that the 1 hour or the 8 hour? So it's 332 and it's a combined cell for both. So like we don't know which one, is it that we're exceeding the 1 hour and the 8 hour, and does that count twice? Or is it only, it's a little, that's very confusing on what that actually number is related to.
yeah, I think what we could do is we could add in kind of clarifying in the table which standard exactly is being exceeded, as far as whether it's the California and whether it's the 1 hour or 8 hour. I'd have to go look at the kind of the broader data that put together this table to kind of understand exactly, but we can go ahead and add in clarifications as to what exactly those exceedances are.
And I guess what the city data is measuring, because like I said, if you're just looking at this raw, like I did, I'm like, well, 1.4 clearly does not exceed 20, like that I know. So I'm just not sure what the data represents, if it's supposed to suggest that we're typically, above the standard or, not meeting the standard.
Yeah.
And I didn't see it in the section related to it, but does it say anything about what we should do about it? I mean, these are state and federal standards. What should cities be doing to come into compliance with those things? What are the types of incentives or programs or policies or, what is it that so what do we do with this? It's there, do we just accept it? Or are there things that we can be doing to help
I
reduce?
think that's entirely in goal C5, right? That's the entire goal of to protect and improve air quality.
Is that in that same section? My apologies
It's
for
in
not
that, it's
catching
in the
that.
same plan. It's on page 44. It's goal
44.
C-5.
Great, thank you. I'll look at that.
All right, any more? Go ahead.
Just under existing conditions, I don't know if it's as important as the goals, but on page 5 regarding drought and water needs, it and I might be wrong, but it does mention in the third paragraph that we're developing a well to have access to the main basin. But then it goes on to say that we also maintain a cyclical storage account with the main basin water master. It was my recollection about 4 years ago, we closed that account and sold all that water to then fund the money for the well. Did we open one back up and continue purchasing cyclical water, or is that, do we know where we are on that? Just an account, it was zero, zero balance.
Let's ask the water guy.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, no, we currently do not have a cyclical storage account, but we will be getting that once we have the well on board. So we'll have that water actually in the main San Gabriel Basin for us to be able to produce out of it. So, because we have no actual, we're party to the judgment, but we have no rights in the basin. So we'll have a cyclical storage account, which will actually save us money in the long run, a little bit on our costs through the judgment, through the joint well project.
Okay,
This should be will maintain, like a future tense.
okay. And, yeah, so, and then also, we used to have an emergency connection with Met. To the Met, the Metropolitan Water District. That's not mentioned in here. Do we not maintain that Met connection as well, or?
Yes, we do maintain that because that's, it's an emergency connection, so we get water from that on a yearly basis into the Raymond Basin, and then that's how we produce all of our water, because we are an overproducer in the Raymond Basin. We have only 900 acre feet because of a 500-foot rule.
Yeah.
So we have to buy excess water, so we get through that Met connection to put into the basin through our spreading basins, and then we pump that excess water.
So that's still through the San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District? I thought it was we had a connection directly with the Met,
We did too, yeah.
aside from San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water
Yeah,
District.
it's a connection to Met but it's through Valley District, because we're the,
They're the ones that broker the
Yep.
water purchase on our behalf. Okay, so it's mentioned there because it talks about the San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water
yeah,
District.
because we're a member of San Gabriel Valley Municipal
Yes.
Water District, and they're a state water project contractor such as MWD.
Okay, yeah, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
I had a couple others.
Okay.
So on page 13, it talks about covered garbage receptacles to discourage scavenging wildlife. I just want to make sure I understand what that is. Is that like sheds people put their garbage cans in when they're not being filled? Is it putting them indoors? What does that phrase mean?
Yeah, in this
Well,
sense,
that-
what we were thinking is more of the bear protective trash cans that are already in use right now currently. And I mean, I guess theoretically, if another one a type of protection came forward that the city wanted to enact, that would be that. But it's referring to that, the bear-proof cans.
Got it, okay. And then just a little bit later in that section, bottom of page 13, it says landscapes plans should prioritize drought-tolerant native species that are suitable for smaller wildlife such as native birds and pollinators. I think this is for the Director of Public Works. I know this didn't happen under your tenure. Do you remember the name of the organization that put together, we had plans for like the 4 different building types within Sierra Madre that had landscaping plans. Do you remember the organization that put those together? Okay.
I think it was through the COG, was my recollection.
Yes, okay.
And I don't remember I know there was another organization associated with it, maybe a vendor, but I believe it was through the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments.
Okay.
And then some-
Go
okay.
ahead. I think I was going to say the same thing. And then one of them actually held a pop-up native plant
Right.
sale next to Arnold's.
Right.
But then one of the other issues, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is after that was produced after the drought, and then we had these wildfires, that some of those plants that were listed in there are actually dangerous for wildfire, high-severity danger zones.
Well, but they're not on our website right now, so so I'm just
They're
curious.
probably,
as to-
I mean, that's why I think they were outdated at that point. I mean, we did that before I was on council, And so those drought-resistant landscapes weren't, like with the rosemary and certain other things, weren't copacetic with our plans for zero zone nor for fire-safe plants.
So is that why they were removed from the website?
Sure. I don't know, because we can't locate the plan, but when we do find it, we'll go back through it.
Yeah,
And do that same
I
type of
completely
assessment,
agree.
because if there are plants in there that are not great for our hillside, we should probably remove
Yeah,
them.
like the toyon is native, but it has high oils.
Yep.
So it's very flammable.
I think Director has something to.
One thing also to take in consideration is we also have to follow the model water efficient landscape ordinance, which is required by the state as well. So that's one thing all the cities have to follow is under that when any development comes into play.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
So then, just two other things. They're both small. So page 14, it says, together these measures reinforce regional connectivity goals while, and that's it. So in the packet and on the website, we've got an incomplete sentence.
It's the last sentence under pollinator corridors.
Yeah.
Okay, I do believe we addressed that, because I remember that was an issue, and the copy that I do believe that was addressed, but I'll make sure that the most updated. But that was a sentence that was addressed, and it was changed to, together these measures reinforce regional connectivity goals, period.
Oh, okay. Great.
The version in our packet was before the planning commission updates. So the one on the website has the planning commission updates, but
Nope. I looked at the one on the plan, because I checked it because that's what I was told, and I went and looked at that one, and it still had that. So I just wanted to make sure I understood what was there. And then the last thing's pretty minor. I just was looking at the goals under C5 on page 45, and it's action C-5.2.4. All the other ones are bolded, that one's not, so for consistency.
All right. Are there any more questions on the conservation element? Okay, so looking at this plan, let's see if we have any public comment for this item.
Madam Mayor, there were no yellow speaker cards submitted.
I have to say that a lot of public comment was done during the Planning Commission, and there was a lot of public input from the city over a long span of time, including ability for people to give comments. People were still able to give comments until this date, and there was a lot of opportunity, so that was part of this plan that was put together as well. All right, it's open for discussion.
Just a comment. You mentioned we approved the objective standards. Was that last meeting?
Design. Oh, we have
For
the
the
second reading.
for the multifamily. That document and then these two documents, these are documents that have been coming out of our planning department. I just want to say that they're very easy to follow and easy to read, unlike things that we have had in the past. So I am thrilled with the work product that's been coming out of planning to the council and for our residents to read and understand. So thank you for your diligence. Thank you, Kinley Horn, for your help as well. But it's showing, and we notice it. So I just wanted to applaud you on the work product, how good it is.
I think it's much easier too, having professionals who do this and not taking away from our staff time and being able to use the resources from SCAG or COG, SCAG, I believe, in some of these items has been great. I appreciate the corrections. Planning Commission did make a ton of corrections just because of their knowledge of the city too, which is hard to input when you're looking through all of our data versus like just knowing things. So we appreciate those adjustments being made so quickly so we could have them for tonight.
I also wanted to thank the Sierra Madre Mountain Conservancy. They gave really extensive comments, and I appreciated the obvious care that they, and Ms. Brown particularly, put into reading and responding. And I really also appreciate staff's attention to responding to each of them. You know, many of them were not incorporated, but we gave, you know, a response as to why. And I think that's, you know, that again is just creates that level of trust and transparency with the community to acknowledge the work that they did in reviewing and giving feedback, and then, acknowledging that and being gracious enough to explain why certain things were not incorporated. I think it's just really a great practice, and it reminds me a lot of what we were doing at the time of the Meadows development in terms of just really making sure people knew that they were heard and responding to why perhaps we didn't necessarily agree with their comment, but we heard it and we have considered it, and this was the outcome. So I appreciate all of those efforts.
Do I have a motion to approve with amendments, or
Yeah.
do you have more?
Well, no, it's just that I think we should clarify that one sentence that I had on the recreational programming.
Okay.
And that, so.
Where is that?
It's in the
The first one.
first.
It's in the open space element. So it currently reads, recreational programming should also be tailored to older adults offering low-impact exercise options, social activities, and intergenerational
us
opportunities
the
that
page number?
encourage.
Is that one of the goals, or give us a little
It's,
bit of
I think it's page 14. Or 17. I heard that. Thank you.
my page numbers are weird.
And I'll tell you exactly where. So it's on the second side of 17. So it's in equity and barriers to park access. In the second column, the second full paragraph, the last sentence.
Oh, and the second to last paragraph, I would say, especially since our senior center is in the middle of a park with easy access from almost every single direction, the pathway, and there's a large amount of 90-year-olds even coming in. I think there's 5 90-plus-year-olds coming in for senior yoga. So
I think honestly, we could just fix it by, because this doesn't, there's the use of this phrase throughout, continue to prioritize.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. You read my mind. That's exactly what I is. And then in that last sentence, it would be continue to prioritize programming, and then you do such as offering da-da-da-da-da.
Great.
So it just, just to recognize what we've got and then point to examples of it. That's all. And with that, I'll make a motion to adopt, what is this? It is Resolution 2658 as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate all of your help with everything. All right, let's move on to public hearing item B. City Manager, do we have staff presenting on ordinance 1497?
We do, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 1497, amending Chapter 8.13 of Title 8 of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code related to construction and demolition waste disposal, and permit technician Krista Elias will be giving the presentation.
Thank you, Technician Elias.
Good evening, Mayor Lowe and members of City Council. Tonight, we will be reviewing ordinance number 1497, amending Sierra Madre Municipal Code, Chapter 8.13, Construction and Demolition Waste Disposal. To align with current state requirements and city practices, key changes to Chapter 8.13, Construction and Demolition Waste, include increasing the state-mandated waste diversion rates from 50% to 65%, updating the administrative and enforcement procedures, transferring the responsibility from the Department of Public Works to the Department of Planning and Community Preservation, and implementing an online system to track waste management plans, diversion performance, and project compliance. Beginning with the C&D waste management flow chart, this is what the process would look like, starting at number 1. The applicant would apply for a demolition or building permit, estimating a total project value of $50,000 or more. Number 2, the applicant would indicate if the franchise hauler would be used to properly collect and dispose of non-hazardous construction and demolition waste. If the applicant chooses the C&D franchise hauler, a waste management plan would not be required. If this applicant does not select the C&D franchise hauler, a waste management plan would be required. So what the waste management plan process looks like is beginning with waste management plan submission. The applicant would submit the waste management plan outlining C&D materials, diversion, receiving facilities, and disposal volumes. For review of waste management plan, the waste management plan compliance official would verify that at least 65% of C&D waste will be diverted and all of the waste management plan requirements will be met. For compliance verification, as a project nears completion, the applicant must certify and upload documentation to demonstrate that 65% of C&D waste has been successfully diverted. And this is verified through the inspection process, which would verify that compliance with California Building Code and on-site C&D management and disposal requirements have been met. Ending with project completion, this would finalize the permit. And for Chapter 8.13, 070, this is a new section to be introduced in replacement of performance bonds. Performance penalties would be based on the percentage of a total project cost or valuation, as shown in the following schedule. And for the proposed amendments, if you would like to follow along to the live draft, you can scan the QR code on the bottom right-hand corner. Beginning with Chapter 8.13, 020, definitions updated. Compliance report has been introduced as a new requirement for the online C&D waste diversion verification process. Diversion requirement has been updated to align with the Cal Green diversion rate, increasing the required diversion from 50% to 65%. Performance security has been retitled as performance penalty, replacing the use of performance bonds. And waste management plan compliance official has been updated from the Director of Public Works to the Director of Planning. 8.13, 030, project subject to waste management plan requirement. This section has been updated to align with California Building and Residential Code requirements, and an exemption has been added for projects using the C&D franchise hauler. For Chapter 8.13, 040, submission of waste management plan. Waste management plan forms have been replaced with electronic reporting, and performance security has been removed. 8.13, 050, review of waste management plan. Diversion rate requirements have been updated from 50% to 65%. 8.13, 060, compliance with waste management plan. Compliance procedures have been updated to align with electronic C&D waste diversion reporting, and inspection holds have been added for compliance. 8.13, 070, performance penalties have been introduced to replace performance security bonds based on the applicable percentage of the total project cost or valuation. 8.13, 090, severance. This section has been removed. And for this next slide, we have resources. A C&D flyer has been drafted on the left-hand side, providing applicants at City Hall with information on how to apply and submit a waste management plan, along with resources for how to contact the C&D franchise hauler. The QR code would then direct them to our website with application procedures and step-by-step user guides. Municipal Code Text Amendment 2604 qualifies for a common sense exemption. Pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act 15061B3, the proposed amendments would not result in a reasonably foreseeable physical change to the environment. Therefore, it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility the project would have a significant environmental effect. It is recommended that the City Council conduct the first reading of ordinance number 1497, amending Chapter 8.13, Construction and Demolition Waste Disposal, of Title 8, Health and Safety of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any question if the City Council has any.
Questions from council?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So I am inferring that projects with a value or cost less than $50,000 don't require a permit, so that they're just exempt from this process altogether?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Krebs. They would still require a building permit not necessarily a waste management plan, so they wouldn't have to go through that process nor identify whether they would be using this franchise C&D hauler.
Thank you. And then my other question is, the review, if they do meet that threshold and then decide not to use the franchise hauler, there's a review of their waste management plan, and that's done by the waste management plan compliance official. Who in the city would we expect that to be?
In Chapter 8.13, the waste management compliance official has been designated as the director of planning.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor? So the use of a franchise, a franchise hauler, is that a new requirement as like what it is, the 50 to 65? Is that a new requirement?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Parkhurst. That is not a new requirement. That 50% threshold has remained for some time now. It has just been updated with the new CalGreen requirements, moving from that 50% to 65% threshold.
And is the permit or the plan that's required for a franchise hauler, is that exemption for a franchise hauler, is that a new requirement?
That is not a new requirement. That was added for clarity within
Okay.
Chapter 8.13.
How did we do this in the past?
In the past, we have prompted applicants to identify whether or not they were using the C&D franchise hauler. And it was an option for them to go through the waste management plan process, which was done through paper form. So in this process, the difference would be that they are now certifying through an online process which one they will be using.
And what is the online process we'll be using? What is the online process that we have that we'll be using?
The online process is a new program where applicants would register, create an account, and give their project information, outlining their C&D waste materials, the diversion facilities to be transported to, and the estimated weight or volume of that material to be diverted. So this would generate electronic reporting and live data to improve accuracy and streamline compliance for us.
It's the Green Halo platform.
Is that the same as our other platform that you submit permits and plans?
Separate from
Separate?
Acela.
So the Green Halo, I don't remember the Green Halo program. What is the Green Halo program?
The Green Halo program is the item that we presented during the budget study session. That was part of the Planning and Community Development Department's budget for this process,
Just for demolition?
just for waste disposal. That's correct.
It can't be possible to put that into the other software that does plan checks and everything else?
No, because
I have no idea, that's why I'm asking.
It is possible, based on the volume of applications that we anticipated to occur over the next year, if not 12-month period. It wasn't necessary to intertwine the two softwares together, but if that were needed, the software has given us the option to connect the two, and that would enhance efficiency if needed.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Technician Elias.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
If you could scroll back to page 5, I want to understand the performance penalties. So we're moving from performance bonds to performance penalties, is that what you stated?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councilmember Garcia.
And so one more page. Is this kind of like, let's say, our taxes? Is it additive? So you go from 3% for the first 100,000, and then 2.5% on top of that for the next 150,000, and so on and so forth? Or is this, if the total project is $1 million, then it's 1%? Do you see the difference the distinction I'm asking?
That's correct. So depending on the project valuation that they would indicate during the application process, they would fall within a specific formula to which that penalty would be imposed. The breakdown of this table is a continuance of the performance bonds that were historically applied. So we are continuing it, just imposing it as a penalty rather than a bond.
So my question is, or what I'm trying to wrap my head around is the logic. So $999,999, 1.5% of that is $14,999, okay? 1% of $1 million is $10,000, which is approximately $5,000 less So I really don't understand the, kind of those bend points. I can understand if it was additive, like the first, like our taxes work, you know, like your first 50,000 is taxed at this and the next is at a different tax rate. But it just seems as though there's as a percentage of the project, it doesn't, the schedule kind of doesn't make sense to me. Do you see where I'm going here, City Manager?
I do. And this would be the opportunity for the council to amend it at its discretion.
Can I ask a question about it before we get into the math? So I mean, my understanding of this is that, we previously required bonds because that actually provides upfront security, literally. And obviously moving to this, have we ever had to actually convert a bond, because there was a violation? Are we at all concerned about collection risk? Because if you're the type of person who doesn't comply with the terms of your permit, you might also be the kind of person who doesn't pay the fine that arises from your noncompliance. So I guess I would just question the rationale behind moving from upfront security, especially for a large project, to a fine-based system that then we have to figure out a way to enforce collection.
Good point.
A related
That was
question.
a question, though.
Yeah, that was a question. What prompted that change?
Councilmember Creeps. So this was a recommendation when we consult our consultants at Green Halo, because they contracted with many, many cities. And this is the recommendation that they're seeing the trend with city of Pasadena and the city of Cerritos, that they are changing the bond into a performance penalty. And this penalty only occurs when there is a violation that cannot be corrected.
Right, well, the same is true with the bond, right? Like, the bond goes untouched unless there's a violation. So, I guess it does, I understand that the applicant is definitely in favor of this because it's going to save them the cost because they have to pay some fee to produce a bond, even if the bond isn't converted or whatever the right word is. But I guess, if it's a new change in policy in Cerritos and Pasadena, we don't have a sense of collection failure yet because it's a new trend, right?
Right, correct.
And-
And for the past records, we don't have past records, for existing bonds. Is it?
Yeah, I don't think that we were requiring folks to provide us with their bond information when they were participating historically. So this is a newer process for us.
So these levels here are what was recommended by Green Halo. They're not required by law. They're not required by anything. This is their recommendation.
Correct.
Was it on our fee schedule before? It was on there, we just didn't charge it? Oh,
It's not a fee.
but
It's
it's,
penalty.
but when it was a bond, we have bonds or deposits, we call them, on planning on our fee schedule as of right now and previously. Was this on there before?
Do we?
Yes, because it says, like, I was just looking at it today, like 3% of deposit.
Oh, but that's a deposit of the permit for the application, correct?
I have to look at the
Yeah, so
wording.
the surety bond and the securities are codified in our code.
This would change this from security to penalty.
But it wouldn't be on the fee schedule because this is more akin to what you might find in a construction services agreement where you're requiring other like performance, like there's performance bonds or bid bonds or other types of bonds that might come up in the actual construction of a public works project. These bonds are more akin to that. So I doubt you'd find it in a fee schedule.
Well, and we don't have to, this is a penalty, right? So we don't have to tie it to any
Well,
cost recovery, right?
Now it's a penalty. Before it was phrased as a bond for that exact reason, right?
But I
Because we
mean, it
want to have
didn't
the
But
surety.
it wasn't about cost recovery, it was about incentivizing behavior or
Correct.
disincentivizing behavior.
Right.
So it didn't have to be like tied to services provided because it wasn't a fee.
Right, because, exactly, yeah.
Anyway,
And this does reduce costs on the applicant overall.
does anybody have any idea how much a bond costs? Like, I'm sure that whoever issues it charges a fee. I just have no idea what I mean, is it, yeah, anyway, we should find that out. But yeah, we can move that to discussion, right?
Yeah. And just for clarification, when you say project cost, it's clear. It means the total cost of the project, not the cost of the demolition portion or how much the demolition permit is valued at.
Thank you for your question. That is correct. It would be based on the total estimated project cost in addition to materials.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? All right, let's move this to public comment. Thank you so much. Do we have any public comment for this item?
We do not, Madam Mayor.
And seeing no one walking up, let's move it to discussion. All right. I do really like everything being sent to planning now and instead of going to Public Works and, trying to figure out who's responsible for what. I definitely like the streamlining of that and the responsibilities. Because I know there was issue before with someone coming to the planning department and then getting sent over to Public Works and then figuring out when that timeline was to fit with your other plans was really difficult. Again, I think maybe I don't know if it was set up to be in addition to originally, the penalties fee, because it wouldn't make sense that you have less of a penalty for the bigger your project.
It used to be a bond, right? So I guess we used to require a smaller bond for a larger project than the top of the range of the prior, just based on the function of the thresholds, right? My guess is that nobody did the math.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts like to remedy that would be to, rather than have a percentage, have just a fixed dollar amount, maybe the midpoint of, 3% at 75,000 and 2.5% at, what is that, 175,000 or whatever it might be. I don't know if that makes sense, or if we could do that, just because it doesn't make sense to have, you spend one more dollar, your project's one more dollar more expensive, and your penalty drops $5,000.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let me make the project more expensive.
yeah.
I mean, I
But,
don't think
you're-
anybody's messing around with the value of the
No.
project to avoid this, but,
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right, it's just kind of inconsistent.
Or for projects over $1 million, you could still require the bond.
And I did do a quick, I don't know, I'm on buysuretybonds.com, and you put in your state and the type of bond, and I put in performance, which isn't quite this, but kind of like this, and I put in $10,000, which would be what we would require for a $1 million project, and it said it would cost between 1% and 3%, so $100 to $300, so it's not
small.
huge. I mean, I don't know how correct this is, but, it's got a calculator function.
Is there cost, excessive cost to the city to then convert the bond? If we know.
Yeah, I've never seen us call a bond, so I don't
mean,
know.
I can't imagine it would be any more expensive than filing suit to collect a penalty.
It shouldn't be because they list us specifically on the bond, and so as a result, it's just be an administrative, simple
Kind
process.
of like a additional insured. right?
Exactly. It functions the same way.
But if it's an administrative penalty, it then becomes a code enforcement action, right? So if we don't collect, we could always place a lien on the property.
Well, the remedy here wouldn't necessarily be a lien. Like we'd have to look at what statutory remedies are available to us. But much more difficult to collect penalties. I think the real stick would be to not issue them the final permit, the occupancy permit because they have a building permit, but until they've passed final inspection and clear all fees that they have to pay, they wouldn't be issued the certificate of occupancy. So I think that's the real stick we have here.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I don't mind moving it from a security, deposit essentially, or, bond versus a penalty, but I just worry about collections. But that's a good point, that then it would only come up in the context of like an abandoned project, right? Then they wouldn't care about the final permit. But, I mean, that doesn't happen that often. It has happened. I'm not saying it hasn't, but it doesn't happen frequently.
Do we know why cities are moving this way? I mean, you know. I
Or
don't
what
know
they're using. Like, what is their policy? What is their percentages? Are they
Well, I
using a
mean,
flat
well,
rate?
My understanding, based on what I heard, is that these are similar percentages that Pasadena and other cities are using.
I thought they were similar to our bond.
But they're
Translated.
I think the testament or the presentations, they're moving away from bonds and going to penalties.
Yes, but I thought these particular numbers were
rates.
relative to our previous bond amounts, not according to other cities. These are related to our bond.
Like we just converted our
We
bond
converted our
requirements
bond into a
penalties.
penalty, not
Ah,
compared to other cities. So I have trouble being the expert of trying to come up with a number when I have no idea what really happens in an industry. So I'd like to have that actually brought to us.
Did
to
we
see.
get, what is it, Green Halo? Did we get their view on these amounts in terms of like how they compare to the broader community?
Thank you for your question. Yes, we did do a research analysis of a few different cities along with getting Green Halo's feedback. And from our research, almost every city is using a different formula. And so it was hard to determine which would be the best in comparison to our city size, structure, and the amount of permits that we receive on an annual basis. So going off of the bond amount, that's the formula that we chose to move forward with.
And if you want to simplify it, you just go to one flat rate. Just say 5% of the value, as opposed to a graduated scale.
Do we have often violations of demolition? I mean,
Sounds like not, because we didn't have bonds. We weren't taking bonds and we didn't have.
they might just
penalty.
violate it, and then we correct them, and then they continue on, so I have no idea.
I don't know that we were.
We don't have
tracking
much
at that
data
level of
collected
detail.
on code enforcement, so.
Maybe we weren't enforcing.
But I thought that they were required to use the franchise hauler, and you couldn't go outside of that. I thought that was a requirement that the city had? No? Yeah, I would maybe recommend just flat 2.5%.
Okay.
I mean, that makes the $1 million project high, but if you don't, if you're not doing a penalty, then you don't have to worry about it.
Right.
You're doing things
And your
correctly.
assumption is if you're doing a more expensive project, then
There's
there's
more,
probably more funding involved in financing sources.
yeah.
Alex, the kind of compliance method that you mentioned, is that something we'd have to actually implement, or would that just already be captured by the fact that we are allowed to hold back the issuance of that final permit until all pending amounts have been paid?
I think it's already part of the workflow, but I'm going to turn to the planning director, to confirm. Okay.
I mean, I'm fine with that, and then on that basis, I would be fine keeping it as a penalty and not moving back to a security bond.
So agree 2.5%?
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I thought I heard 2. I didn't know how we got to.
2.5% across the board?
Okay.
We could say 2.
2.5, if that was the proposal,
City
I'm
manager
good
recommended
with it.
5.
I'm good with 2.5.
Yeah, that's fine for me, too.
Yep.
Well, just 2% then? I mean,
I like 2.5. I feel like if you violate something as scary as the demolition, that's a pretty serious
I mean, we can
performance
always,
penalties.
I assume we can, is this an ordinance? Would require a city council amendment to waive, right? Like in a particular situation where we thought it was 2.5% was too onerous, we couldn't waive it.
Right, it would have to come back to council, correct? Absent some kind of policy.
That's fine. You can always come back to council.
so that becomes, $25,000 for a $1 million project. But again, if you're following the rules, you don't have to worry about it?
Right. And we're getting rid of the upfront obligation, both in terms of amount to pay for it and the
Procedure.
and the effort in going to have to get it. I'm fine with that.
All right.
So how do we want to proceed? Because this is the first reading.
So we can approve the first reading with amendments, I assume, and then move to a second reading?
Correct. I think, although some of these amendments are substantive, and I suspect this might trigger another first reading at the next meeting.
Is that
Yeah, it's fine.
that's okay with our timelines? We don't have any mandates on these? Okay.
I mean, we can have a fee schedule, it just doesn't make sense, that's fine, too.
No, do not like that.
And we understand that this is historical, it had nothing to do with
Oh,
with
yes.
you. This is our old schedule, yeah.
So I guess, do we approve it with the change, or do
send it
we send it back and then just have a first reading with the update for the next meeting?
Oh, my recommendation would be to send it back for review. I'd like an opportunity to talk to Green Halo about the relevant thresholds I mean, not the thresholds, but the penalty amounts. I just want to see if we can get a solid comparison across cities and clients that they work with.
Okay, so why don't we send it back saying that we'd like there to be a single percentage TBD based on some market data? We don't have to necessarily set it at 2.5 tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
fine.
because it's going to come back.
And then we would probably have to do a date certain unless we want to renotice this, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And how long do you think?
Next meeting.
Oh.
The next regular meeting.
Because we're only changing that aspect of it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so do we have a motion?
Does it need?
Find the date.
Yes, I
Yes,
think,
you
Oh,
have
yes,
to
'cause, yeah, 'cause
send
you
it.
have to do a date certain.
I think it's the 13th, right?
14th.
14th. I move to table ordinance, continue ordinance number 1497 to the next meeting date certain of July 13th. 14th, sorry.
That's okay. Let's see.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to our public hearing, item C. City Manager, do we have a presentation on Resolution 26-43, confirming the downtown landscaping and lighting maintenance district assessment and ordering the levy?
We do. Public Works Director Brian Dickinson will be giving the presentation.
Madam Mayor, esteemed members of the council, tonight we're here for our public hearing for the Landscape Lighting Maintenance District and to set the assessment and order the levy of said assessment. So back on May 26th, the City Council adopted Resolution 2641, initiating the proceedings for the levy and collection of the assessments within the district and preparing the engineer's report. At our June 9th meeting, City Council adopted Resolution 2642, confirming the engineer's report and declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments within the district for fiscal year 26-27. And then also directing the public hearing to be conducted concerning the proposed assessment. The engineer's report determined the assessment for the 26-27 fiscal year to be $54 as the special benefit point, and the assessment to be assessed to all the properties. And if you remember, took into account that Bethany Church and the Verizon or Frontier building, their frontage along Highland was not going to be considered because there has been no maintenance over the past few years, and there is no real vegetation or any other amenities that are part of the LLMD. No lighting or anything to that effect. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions from council?
None.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Is there any public comment on this item?
No, ma'am.
Seeing none, is there any discussion on this item?
I just want to say it's a well-written report, so kudos to staff on that one.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve resolution number 2643, confirming the fiscal year 26-27 downtown landscaping and lighting maintenance district assessment and ordering the levy.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, we are moving on to our big item of the night. This is our public hearing item regarding our 2026-2027 budget, as well as other items. Is there a presentation, City Manager?
There is. Finance Director Harry Wong will be giving the presentation.
Good evening, Director Wong.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. We'll hold a public hearing to adopt resolution number 26-60, approving the City of Sierra Madre fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital improvement plan budget. Resolution number 26-61, approving the fiscal year 26-27 fee schedule. Resolution number 26-62, establishing the fiscal year 26-27 appropriation limit. And resolution number 26-59, executive and confidential exam salary matrices. We've held 2 budget study sessions last month to go over the overall citywide budget and dive down to discuss the individual department budgets. I'm here tonight to present you the final proposed 26-27 budget for adoption. We will revisit the annual budget process again, and we will highlight the 26-27 budget changes, especially a few small changes after the budget study sessions. And we will show you the budget summaries with an emphasis on general fund. And last, we will revisit the fiscal challenges that the city faces. Okay, this is a diagram of the budget preparation cycle. We've shown you during the budget study session. The mid-year budget amendment was brought to council on February 10th. Then the 26-27 annual budget process kicked off in early March. Within March and April was when departments and city manager worked through the budget numbers and get the draft budget prepared. Then we presented the draft 26-27 budget through 2 budget study sessions for council's review last month in May. And today we finalized the proposed budget for council's adoption. This slide shows what we have gone over during the 2 budget study sessions. It's really a full scope workshop that covers all aspects of the budget. 26-27 budget changes and highlights. One major changes that we have made this year was to make the budget to reflect the city's actual organizational structure. So there's no more Administrative Services Department, or ASD, and we established the new department, City Manager's Office, with 4 divisions: Admin, City Clerk, HR, and IT. Finance was part of the ASD in the past, but now it's a standalone department. Also, Library and Community Services have become the divisions of the newly established Library and Community Services Department. Another 2 major changes that we have made were, first, was to remove the direct water and sewer charges from the city admin staffs, including the CM office staff, finance department staff, etc. Second, to revamp and streamline the Internal Service Fund, or ISF allocations. Previously, the ISF allocations are on the fund level, but they are being allocated down to department level. So departmental budgets now fully reflect both direct and indirect costs for the department operations. Also, the current year's budget was being used as the allocation basis for the next year's budget, 26-27 ISF allocation, which is a fair, practical, and cost-effective way for ISF allocations. Department have submitted over 4 million new budget requests for 26-27. City manager has approved and included around 1.5 million in the proposed budget and have presented them to council in the budget enhancement session of the departmental budget presentations. These are some of the budget requests that did not get pushed through this year. And out of the 1.5 million budget enhancement that were being approved, around 300,000 are personnel related and 1.2 million are non-personnel related, and they were being listed on the staff report. On this slide, we want to show council which fund the budget enhancement would be impacting and whether they have a one-time or ongoing impact. So about 1.1 million has a one-time impact to various funds, and another 427,000 has an ongoing impact to the general fund only, of which 321,000 are related to personnel enhancements. This slide shows the list of new positions and position upgrades. Additional budget requests post the budget study sessions are the following. So the first one is we are adding 36,000 maintenance supplies expenditure to the facilities maintenance ISF fund, which is an omission from staff end. The next two are also additional adjustments. First one is a late budget adjustment. Well, both of them are budget neutral now, these two new ones. One is the 40,000 revenue and expenditure budgets for the Mount Wilson Trail Race. So we increase both on the revenue side and expenditure side. The next one is the administrative fire captain upgrade, which will be then offset by the elimination of the nurse educator contract. Okay, the good news is Measure GL passed. As we stated in the staff report, whether it got passed or not, this year it would not be a problem. This year our budget's within the gamut, but it may help with this passing will help the city's future budgets. Fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget. We'll go through them quickly because these summaries and charts do not have any major changes from budget study sessions. Citywide budget overview. Governmental budget revenue is projected to increase 1.4 million and expenditures projected to decrease 5.8 million. The sharp decrease is due to the completion of the library renovation project. Proprietary revenue is projected to increase 2.7 million, and expenditure is expected to increase 6.2 million. Out of the 6.2 million, 3.2 million is higher in water, 200,000 is higher in sewer, and 2.8 million is higher in internal service funds. Water is higher due to higher cost of water, water capital outlay and allocation charges, and the 3 million internal service fund expenditure higher in expenditures because there are more operating and capital charges that are being properly budgeted under the ISF fund now.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask it now?
Yes.
Because it kind of relates to what you were saying. Just from a methodology standpoint, because I know that we deferred many of the capital improvement projects that were budgeted in the current fiscal year, many of those have been deferred and then are in this budget. How does that affect when we sort of compare, year over year, when we're talking about, expenditures are up? Do we assume that the monies that were budgeted for the expenditures in the last year were expended, and so then the increase represents an actual increase, or does the increase also reflect the fact that those monies were not spent and they're now going to be spent in the current year, which obviously, just from a layman's perspective, would be increased expenditure?
Well, the increase in expenditure, they are related to carryover projects from last year's as well. Because the city system do not have a carryover function, that we don't have a click a button to carry over.
Right.
So starting this year, instead of doing carryover a new budget, we just treat everything as a new budget to close out the old budget and rebudget everything all together again. But if you look at the projected actual column, for example, for the waterfront expenditure, is the projected expenditure is 4.7 million versus a budgeted expenditure or amended budget expenditure around $8 million. So there are a lot of capital expenditure that were budgeted but the project did not started. So those budgets are being reappropriated in the new year. So Councilmember Cripps, you asked the right question. So a lot of these expenditures are capital expenditure. They are not like annual operating type of expenditure.
Right, so I guess when we sort of boil it down in like the last bullet that says, expenditures in the proprietary funds, are up 42%. I don't want people to think that like all of a sudden we've decided to go crazy on spending out of those funds for these projects and we're going to, increase it by that much. It's in part because we're sort of doing 2 years of work, planned work in 1 year. And so,
Correct,
yeah,
correct.
thank you.
And if I can add, at some point, either at the mid-year or before the mid-year, because we do have some projects that are already in progress, that we may not have re-budgeted the funds for, we may come back to you and say we need to make some adjustments to the budget to carry forward those projects that we thought we might finish by the end of the fiscal year, but we actually don't. And so we need to re-budget those funds into the next.
Got it, thank you.
Okay. We'll now look at the general fund only summaries. General fund revenue and expenditure breakdowns. Total 26-27 budgeted revenue is at 19.7 million and expenditures at 20.8 million. The 1.1 million budget deficit is essentially the 1.1 million capital outlay, which is for the YMCA elevator and pool renovation. This one is a carryover budget from the current year as well. Current year will only budget for 900,000, but the revised budget is 1.1 million. Here's just a quick summary of the general fund balance roll forward. So we projected the general fund will to end at around $14 million this fiscal year end, and that it will end at $12.9 million by end of 26-27. Again, the 26-27 general fund deficit pertains to that 1.1 million YMCA capital outlay. General fund would be at a break even without that. Here's the 5-year revenue chart, which shows property tax as the major revenue driver. A distant second place revenue source is the UUT, which is also grows, but grows modestly. And all these other revenue sources bases are low, so dollar-wise, there's only so much they can grow. Here's the 5-year expenditure chart, similar to the arching chart, but labor costs as well as the M&O are both increasing at a faster pace or magnitude compared to the revenue increases.
Can I ask a question about the revenue chart?
Revenue chart, yes.
So it's revenue estimates, which would make sense for, this year, but do we not know the actual revenue amounts, for example, in fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24? I mean, those aren't really estimates, right? Those are actuals?
Those, we're comparing not the actual, we're comparing the budget numbers.
Oh, I see.
So these are all the adopted budget.
Okay, so like, for example, the fiscal year 22-23 was what was in the budget, not necessarily what we actually collected?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
You just said that and you can see it you see it over time in the graph, that the salary and benefits is increasing faster than revenue, but this year, it's only a 1.5% increase, whereas revenue is what, 9.2? Am I reading that right?
Councilman Parkhurst, do you mind?
If you go back a couple of slides, so you'd mentioned that salary was outpacing revenue in percentages, right? We're having less growth in revenue than we are in salaries. But on this slide here, the percent change for salaries and benefits is 1.5%, whereas the total revenues is 9.2%. Is the statement that you're making that the increase over time is outpacing it, not necessarily from year to year?
Yes and no. The answer is
Okay.
yes. The trend is increasing over time. The salary and benefits trending higher than the revenue increase, and no to the point that the current budget proposed budget is not including any COLA increasement. So if we include the COLA adjustment, it will be higher.
So the slide 2 on that you were on, it does not include, so that one also doesn't include the COLA on it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Well, the previous years, we do.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So we'll zoom in and focus on 26-27 revenue budget only. We'll see the property tax and UUT together is about 70% of the pie. Our other revenue sources are very small. And we have two pie charts. We have two pie charts for the 26-27 expenditures. First is breaking down the expenditure by category. Labor cost is at 54% and M&O is at 33%. By the way, M&O is maintenance or operation, so I assume council understand the abbreviation. The second chart breaks down the expenditure by department. PD and hire combined for 60% of the budget. And then the 6% non-departmental budget is the pension UAL budget.
And that coincides with the amount of personnel in each department, correct?
Correct. But the general admin departments, like the city manager's office, finance department, city manager's office charge general fund very small. It's the 100,000 contingency that we always budget from general fund. Finance department also charge very minimum, but most of the general admin department charge to the internal service fund, which gets allocated to other departments.
On this pie chart, you have community services and library broken out, but you stated earlier that the departments had been combined. Is there a reason why you broke them out here?
They are one department, essentially, but we are just breaking out the divisions for council's viewing, that's all.
Which I appreciate, thank you.
Okay.
And you'd mentioned earlier in the presentation, I didn't ask it then, since we're talking about departments, that the finance division was changed to finance department.
Correct.
What's the difference?
Well, the difference is all the costs are all absorbed into the ASD, Administrative Services Department. So we don't clearly separate out labor costs or M&O related to finance versus now it's a separate department. Similarly, for other city manager office divisions, HR and IT, they were standalone departments. Now they are part of the CM divisions. Versus city clerk and CM office and finance, they were in that ASD, but then in reality, there's no ASD.
So a division is a part of a department.
So we want to reflect the real city organization.
Got it.
Okay.
Director, just going back to the UAL, it's my understanding the last 2 years, the CalPERS Fund has surprisingly done pretty well as far as the return. And they're becoming more and more funded since they're doing better than expected. But it seems that our UAL is increasing significantly. Is it because the next year's projected not to do as well and this is a budget? Or why is our UAL increased so much?
Our city's UAL has not performed as well as, I don't know about other cities. Our city UAL is still growing, but not at a very substantial amount. Our city's OPEB UAL is doing really well. Our city's pension UAL is still growing. And the current year, we did not budget or fund any additional discretionary payment. The previous year, we fund between $150,000 to $300,000 every year. So this current year, I mean, in 2026-27, the city just budgeted $300,000. this additional discretionary funding just to make up for what we did not fund in the current year and for the next.
So the 36.1% increase in UAL is due to the fact that we're doing a $300,000 pre-funding?
Correct.
And not because our UAL has increased 36%?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
And I was gonna talk about it in the next slide.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You asked the questions already. So, budget challenges. The short-term challenges include the proposed budget doesn't include any COLA adjustments. When labor negotiations finalize, the salary and benefit budget will be higher. We have already set up a new ISF fund for equipment replacement. We will need to start setting aside funding for major equipment purchases, such as a new fire engine. Couple of long-term challenges are, first, the city has a small sales tax basis. As we show on the revenue chart, we will want to find ways to enhance the sales tax basis to improve our revenue. Second, besides trying to tackle annual inflation in expenditure and balance our budget, we will need the fiscal flexibility to respond to unknown catastrophic events such as earthquakes, fire, pandemic, wars, etc., etc. Right? City will want to set aside a portion of the general fund as reserve. Okay, based on the 26-27 budget and the financial projection model prepared by the consultant Urban Future, staff has prepared a 5-year projection. Based on this projection model, it seems like the city will have a balanced general fund budget for the next 5 years. And then we'll end year 30-31 at 30 million, almost in the same fund balance position as currently.
So on this slide, it has salary and benefits at 10.4. On the slide 18, it's at 11.3. So why, the end number is still the same, but why are the salary and benefits different between, and there's a couple other numbers that are different. So why is our 2026 proposed budget different from on slide 18 and slide 26, whatever we're on now?
Councilmember Parkhurst. So thank you for pointing it out. It's a good catch. So the salary and benefit here do not include any retirement budget. All the retirement budget, including regular normal costs of pension and OPEB, and the UAL, they are all shown as a separate line. Because again, we are trying to leverage the model developed by Urban Future versus our own budget. We group numbers, we group the normal pension costs together with salary and benefit.
And I mean, there are other numbers that are slightly different as well. The maintenance and operations is different. So I'm just confused why we would do, I mean, the totals are the same, but if we're trying to follow the funds through, it's a little bit confusing why we do it in two different ways.
We'll go back and double check. I think I caught an error really late. For the capital outlay, it should be 1.07 million. I think there's a formula mistake in our worksheet. So that the difference should be in the M&O. But thank you for catching that. But when we issue the budget book, we'll make sure we update all those numbers. But as far as the pension number, because Urban Future used a different formula, so in order for us to leverage their model, we kind of have to group our numbers.
So this is an output from UFI?
Correct. And I think what you're capturing, Councilmember Parkhurst, is that their roll-up in their forecast model for the budget categories is different than the roll-up that we have in our budget book. And so that's why you're seeing some small variations in some of those numbers.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, the bottom line is still
Right.
the same. It's how they're categorizing those individual revenue or expenditure object codes in the roll-ups that make up these categories that you're seeing here.
I actually have a question about the prior slide, the longer-term fiscal issues and challenges. The recommendation to setting aside a portion of the general fund for reserve. I mean, my understanding is that, in some quarters of the city, we're over-reserved. So I guess the question I have is the reserves that we have different than kind of what this recommendation is? Because I would suggest that, I mean, we've always been told that our reserves are pretty healthy, and as I said, there's members of the public who think we're over-reserved, so I just wanted to reconcile those two concepts.
Well, again, it's really council's call, and, again, budget or finance is an art, it's not a science. So, as a finance person, I'm just trying to recommend or advise council that we need to prepare for future risks. So there's, to me, there's no such a thing called over conservative. But again, we don't really have to set up a separate fund to handle the reserve. Council, during the budget, council can set aside general fund money and commit it as reserve. So part of the available fund balance will instead of an assigned fund balance, we can commit that fund balance as a reserve fund balance. But when it comes to need to use the funding to do projects, to do pressing projects, and then we can, if we think the risk is not imminent enough, then council can always uncommitted that fund, reserve fund to do projects. But as a finance person, I will always advise council to be more conservative than not.
So maybe
What
it's
are
continue-
our reserves right now? I mean, in terms of, amounts and then a percentage of budget?
As far as I see it, we don't have a reserve. We have our good general fund balance. Maybe I'm too new to the city. I'm looking at the books. I don't see any amount being segregated as reserve.
Yeah, so I think, and it wasn't very formal, so we have our general fund balance. And in our minds, we consider that a reserve. But I think informally, we were keeping 25% as a reserve, and then the rest of it was just the extra fund, above, part of the fund balance. And I think that informally, that's what we're doing prior to you coming here.
But it doesn't,
I'm not saying we should do it, I'm just saying that
Yeah.
historically.
But wasn't there even a
We-
policy that the previous council voted on that established that amount?
25%.
25%.
we don't account for it in the way that we show you funds and fund balances. And we should do that on a more go-forward basis and probably be even more deliberate with what is reserve and what is sort of operating reserve, right? Because we want to set aside the 25% as the emergency portion of it, but whatever, say you have 12 million in reserves and then, 6 million of that is allocated for that emergency fund, you really only have 6 million then to play with for other activities. And we're not explicit in that way. We show you the full amount of, you have $14 million. And it makes it look like you have $14 million in reserve. In reality, you don't. Because the policy requires you to set aside that 25%, 30%. And I would even argue that 25% is probably a little low for a town like Sierra Madre. I would advocate that we may want to raise that to 30%. But after that 30%, whatever that $14 million balance is actually much less than that.
But we have to know how much we have, because, for
Yes.
example, we are taking 1.1 million out of reserve to pay for the YMC upgrades. And so where is,
Well,
if there's no phantom reserve, where is this 1.1 million coming from?
It comes from, the overall checking account of the city, right, out of that $14 million. What I'm saying is, of that 14 million, we don't dedicate the certain amount per policy as sort of untouchable money.
Yes, we do. We made a policy, not me, I'm sorry, previous council made a policy to set 25% of that.
But we don't show it that way.
Counting-wise.
We don't show it
Counting-wise.
that way in the budget book or accounting-wise.
I thought we did prior.
We just show the full amount of $14 million. And in reality, that's not really what's available to us to
So
spend.
prior to this last year, the budget book, we would get a chart that shows where our reserve is at and show what the numbers are and what that is comparable to our general fund, or into our general fund. And it was a chart that was always in our budget book.
We showed
So-
you the table of where we're projecting to end the year and where we see it projecting to end next year, and that's that difference between the 14 million and the 13 million, plus or minus. But per policy, right, 25% of that 14 million should be set aside for emergency purposes.
And how would a,
And how is that different than what we're really doing, is what I'm asking.
We've just never presented it that way in the book.
Or the ACFR, for that matter.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
So
'Cause
how
it's not-
should
it's
we
not
do it?
It's not designated in the system that way.
so can our system designate an actual reserve?
We can.
And what would prevent us from doing that this year?
Creating the mechanisms to do it. We just didn't get that far with all the other stuff that we had going on in the budget this year, so
How much work is it to do that part of it?
Well, Councilmember Parkhurst, this is one of my plans. I plan to write a budget and reserve policy for the city. But I want to be working for the city long enough to understand the city's operation long enough to write that, to make it practical and reasonable. So I don't want to rush into writing that policy. And with that policy, we can determine to set aside how much percentage of reserve. The GFOA recommended amount is 1.5 months. The reserve should pay for the city's, minimum reserve should pay for the city's 1.5 month budgeted expenditure. So that's the minimum reserve requirement. And then obviously, the more the merrier, right? And then the more preferred method is setting up a separate fund. You can call it rainy day fund or whatever fund, which is essentially a general fund, to transfer out fund balance from general fund to that fund to really set aside that fund. So visually or we would not see that fund balance being available for day-to-day operation. But essentially, it is still part of the general fund, because when you do AFRA or financial reporting, that's still rolled up to a general fund. It's just when we do day-to-day operation, we disregard that fund when we plan the use. And also GFOA actually come out with a new GASB 101 this year. There are two GASB that's effective this year. Is not 101, 103 is they try to change a lot of accounting terms. One thing they want to change is calling a fund balance reserve. And we still do that a lot on our staff report. We're saying that we want to tap into reserve to pay for a project. They want you to start calling it fund balance. It's not really a reserve. When you call something a reserve, it's truly committed and not to be used.
And how long would it take for you to write a reserve policy?
It would not be too long, to be honest. I just don't want to rush into writing that policy when I don't understand the city enough, because if I say that I want to reserve 10%, let's say, from our general fund every year, but end up we don't have that money to reserve for.
Do you think you can do it in this next fiscal year?
I'll try. Well, if I learn the city operation enough, I think that's the doable goal.
Okay.
So I would like to see then that integrated into what policies we already have established by prior council, that is supposed to be being done. It's just that obviously the nomenclature must change, as well as the location. So whether we put that into a different fund or not, and understanding the difference between your rainy day fund versus a fund balance would be different, correct? Because your reserves in one sense is what we traditionally know is used for capital projects and other things, but then you have a certain percentage, 25% or above, 1.5 months minimum of what you would spend. And we always thought we had more than that. We thought we were above what we were setting aside. And so that's why we're very confused, is we had established, through prior budget and budget books, is that we'd had this amount, we had through presentations, that we have this amount set aside, and this is where we're at right now. We're above the 25%. We're in the healthy, what they even give it a rank,
Yeah.
healthy, not healthy, or
Yeah.
risk, not risk, I can't remember. But that's what we thought. So when we hear we don't have anything, that is a big shock.
It's my understanding we do.
Yes.
No, we do.
I'll definitely go back to past council meetings and resolutions to find out whether there's a past resolution that does that, and then we can always reserve the right amount and then change the way we present the budget book or the effort. But to further answer you, council member, your question regarding the policy. One thing is the policy, but the setting aside the reserve, we don't need a policy. So this budget, this coming year, we can, not even during the budget, we can always set aside the reserve. We can take a separate staff report to council to set aside. Let's say that we find out there's actually a city policy that we should set aside 25% of the general fund as reserve. We can always do that without a formal policy.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it's always, like I was recommending, it's always better to set up a reserve first, and then we'll analyze what is the long-term policy. What should we do, increase or decrease that reserve balance throughout the year?
My question was just factual. You said that, the recommendation is to have, a month and a half of operating expenses. Generally speaking, what dollar amount would that be for our city based on this budget? Just roughly.
Well, our
It's
city,
12.5%.
our city is 20 million general fund appropriation. It's 1.5 month or around 14% of your annual budget. So if it's 14% times 20 million is about $3 million, slightly less.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to add to Director Wong's comments, right? So we spent a lot of time this budget cycle trying to work through sort of better budget mechanics and to present to the council and the community a budget that reflected the organization as it exists today, not when the budget book or the accounting structure was created. I think what we've been able to do with this budget reflects that process, as well as the council's direction, for service enhancement, status quo plus. As we move forward into fiscal 28 and trying to do some other enhancements to the process and try to streamline things, I think will give us more opportunity to talk sort of big picture about long-term financial planning and setting up reserves and the appropriate reserves, and how do we allocate the funding that we have within the general fund to the best and highest use, as opposed to just sort of leaving it in an amount. And we have money to be able to do the thing, but are we actually deploying those resources in the most efficient and effective way while still ensuring the long-term fiscal sustainability of the city? And we just haven't gotten to that process yet.
Go ahead.
So did you finish your presentation? I think there was one more
No.
slide, right?
I think I'm done.
So I just have I promised you I wouldn't ask too many questions, so just a couple. In the staff report, we have the new position, deputy fire chief. The figure that's presented in that's the all-in figure, including
Correct.
benefits and PERS and all that.
That's the fully burdened number.
Fully burdened, okay. Because I was concerned, because when we look at the new salary schedule, it's more than the fire chief, and I don't think that's fair. So I wanted to make sure that the fire chief is being appropriately compensated. So where does that, I don't recall seeing
I think it's, correct me if wrong, is it because it's vetted, it's benefits in the report versus the matrix is not?
Yeah, no, I
Okay,
understand that.
okay.
Yeah, I understand that, but I didn't see, where are we anticipating this new position being on, because there's going to be a salary, there is a salary schedule, because we approved the position, what, 8 months ago, or whatever it was, or? 2 years ago, I think. A year ago, maybe. Are we anticipating that it might be a mid-salary schedule hire, or a top-tier hire, or where are we anticipating and budgeting for?
It was included with, it was, if you're asking where it was in the matrix, the new matrix, it's equal to a captain on the police department? Is that what you're asking?
Oh, it should be higher than that, right?
No, well, no, if a police captain
Oh.
is equivalent to a fire deputy chief.
Police captain, okay.
Yeah, a police captain is not a fire captain. They're the second in command.
So my question is, what are we budgeting for? Because if we're going to hire somebody, they're going to land on a salary
Yeah,
schedule.
I understand your question. Councilmember Garcia, for all the vacant positions, we budgeted at the higher step.
Okay. Just in case this
Yeah.
person comes in with
Correct.
a ton of experience and we need,
Correct.
okay, understand. Thank you for that. And
Can I ask a question about the other fire change, just while we're on fire? So you had presented in the study session, and I also saw in the other materials that, we're essentially, paying for, offsetting the cost of the change to the administrative fire captain, or the upgrade for the administrative fire captain. But I just want to make it clear that I understand. The cost offset is only for this year's budget, right? Because we're combining elimination of a nurse educator contract budget, which I suspect will be ongoing, but then also combining that with the amount of time that this other position has been open to kind of pay for this in this year. But going forward, that will not be there will not be enough to offset the full amount of this upgrade. Is that the correct way of thinking of that?
Yes.
I would think it's not ongoing because of the fee that we pay for a nurse.
But the nurse program doesn't cover the entirety. It's only a portion.
Oh,
And the other portion was covered by
By
vacancies.
yeah,
this year.
vacancy savings, yeah.
okay, got it.
But that, presumably, those vacancies at some point will be filled, and so that savings will not exist.
Correct, correct. So we're only talking about 26, 27.
Right, exactly. Sorry, I didn't want to.
oh, no, it's right on topic. So going through the staff report and looking at the budget enhancements, I was kind of squawking about our fleet management and the amount that we were planning on spending this year. I don't see that in any of the budget enhancement tables within the staff report. Are we still going forward with the amount that we talked about during the budget study sessions?
We're still moving forward with that amount. The reason why you don't see it as an enhancement is because it was something that the council approved this fiscal year, and therefore it's not an enhancement to next year's budget. You've already approved it.
Okay.
But we didn't, I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, this is again what we said last time. We did not approve that number. We approved the program, and we heard we have flexibility on the number. And that's exactly what we said in the study sessions.
Right, but the item that we brought to you had the breakout over a 5-year period.
And again, I'm reiterating, you guys said, and I can record it back because I put it in my notes, that it was said that you guys would bring it back with a modified number or stages, because this was a pilot program. We weren't buying 13 the first year. That's what I wrote down in my notes for that original meeting with the fleet presentation.
And we can come back to the council if you want to have that discussion further. But I recall at the end of one of the study sessions, I think it was Councilmember Garcia who said you weren't trying to quibble with the program and that you trusted staff, you just wanted to better understand what the numbers were.
I think what I said was not just better understand what the numbers were. I would implore you guys to use fiscal conservatism on deciding how many cars to purchase or replace in that first year. And really, even if it's budgeted, I still don't want to spend that much.
The 268,000.
I thought that was very, when I looked at the schedule, and again, I'm not on the road and I'm not with staff, so I don't know, but it seemed as though we're trying to do a smoothing out of our capital expenditures, right? So, if we're peak loading it in the first year, it's not really a smoothing out, and then it's gonna catch up on, it's gonna whipsaw 7 years from now or 5 years from now when those cars are obsolete or whatever it is. So I would like a more smoothing out of the replacement, rather than having year one being a year where we're just, I know it's an easy thing to do because we're not purchasing outright 4 cars at 50 grand a piece, $200,000. We are smoothing out because we're making lease payments instead of buying the cars outright. But personally, we're not in discussion yet, so I shouldn't go.
This is still a question.
Yeah. So my question, yeah, you understand my question.
I do, and I'll just add, when we're ready to have that conversation, we did invite representatives from Enterprise here.
Okay.
So if you have any additional questions about the program, they'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, but I would hope staff is the one that's leading the charge and not Enterprise. Okay, thank you.
I also noticed that a lot of the items that were in the package, in our agenda packet, weren't necessarily presented tonight, but there was a lot of, I mean, even the new fee schedule, that I didn't realize we were getting a full new fee schedule. So if we itemize all of these things, do you guys want to stay according to this? I would say we divide first by the budget and by resolution numbers, because otherwise we could ask questions about everything. Do you want to stick to the categories? Because I have a lot of questions about fees. I have a few questions about the rest of this budget and itemized number letters. Would that be okay with everybody?
I did not appreciate that the fee schedule was different, because we have not done a new fee schedule.
Exactly, and I knew I wanted different fees, I just didn't know it was gonna be part of the budget, and then that's just added to how much work we really have tonight, because we're gonna have to, or table it for later, but the changes that were made and the changes that weren't made, so I agree. Regarding the EV stations under equipment, are all of those gonna be at Sierra Vista Park? And then also, this might not be a question for you. And then how do we charge people for their use? Are they being put at any other parks? Is it anything like the Tesla system where it looks like we're getting them through a grant, and so we'll install them, but are they fee-based? It didn't look like they were for our use. It says it's at Sierra Vista Park, not at City Yards.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
The EV charging stations.
So
It's under equipment.
It says it's through the Clean Air Fund.
Yes.
Right, so the funding should be.
No, not the funding. I understand the funding.
Oh, the
But
cost. Oh,
are
the charging.
they charging people? Are they in Sierra Vista Park at parking spots? And then do people pay for these? What is this system?
Are we actually getting a staff report on the CIP, or is that just part of?
It was in,
No, I know the CIP master worksheet was part of the.
Oh, yeah.
Are you talking about the $55,000 for EV charging stations?
so under let me go to the exact page. It was under the different capital, or is under equipment. It's under equipment, no, facilities, no, it's under,
EV here, it's on.
it's even a nice picture.
Here, right here.
Correct, it's under
Page 177.
facilities worksheet,
It's between
after the,
restroom remodel.
correct, after the handicap
and right
restaurant.
before the IT fund.
Bless you. It says EV charging stations, and it's a $55,000 item, but it is funded through the Clean Air Fund. But it doesn't say anything necessarily. It says this would assist city in moving towards fleet electrification, which makes me think that they're going to be at city yards. But the report says that they're going to be at Sierra Vista Park, so I thought, are they for the public use, or are they for?
I think the intent here was to create EV charging stations for city vehicles.
Oh, so it's not at Sierra Vista Park then?
Correct.
If the plan is going this initial phase, because going to EV vehicles for the fleet, we would need charging, because we only have the one, actually here at the yard, at City Hall, we have the one spot. So we would include sites at, charging stations at the city yard for fleet that would be going forward there, and then depending upon how much that $55,000 goes forward, potentially some other locations here at City Hall.
So that answers
Or
my
at the
question.
library as well.
So the report shouldn't say Sierra Vista Park, and the picture shows nice little grassy park spots, so my impression was that this is for the public.
Understood.
And so,
The picture we had is actually just a generic picture in our CIP sheet.
Okay.
That's just a generic picture to show EV charging stations. It's
We can
not
update, we can
specific.
update the project
And
location to
just that
City Yard.
it's not at Sierra Vista Park, so like, again, my impression was totally different.
It's Sierra Vista Park adjacent.
Adjacent, it's at City Yards. It's all the same address still.
Yes.
Actually, they're two separate addresses. The city yard is 621 East.
Oh, okay, good to know. So then, do we know how many charging stations that would fund? We don't know yet.
I'm not sure exactly what it would entail, exactly, because there's some options available. There's actually solar charging units that actually are, it's called a beam unit, which is basically, it's like a giant pedestal with solar on it and battery, and that'll take up like 2 parking spots for 2 vehicles.
Ah.
And I'm not sure exactly how much those are per se, cost-wise. And then we would also look at potentially, you know, I could work with CPA with their contractors that they use, but using our clean air funding, if we don't get any funding through the energized communities, which we've applied for.
And then, since you're up here, my other question was about street projects. I noticed that for the water mains, Lima is, and that's Lima with an I, everybody who's debating that. Lima is showing the water main and then obviously resurfacing. But South Mountain Trail showed just resurfacing. Did that not need a new water main?
Actually, the South Mountain Trail, we're actually doing a project in conjunction, so that we're actually in process right now of a task order for design of the water main. That's one of our water main projects, because our water mains, we never identified specific water mains. So it's going to be the pipeline and the resurfacing.
Because under here, they are listed under the water main slide, or part of the slide. It did list where those water mains were going versus streets. So the streets are listed, and it's in a picture for each one and the location and the cost. And then you go down to water, and it says water mains, and it says West Carter, North Lima,
South Mountain Trail.
South Mountain Trail. Thank you. Okay, good. I missed that.
Those were
West
projects that
Grandview.
were kind of carried over. So
Oh,
the West
okay.
Carter's, because the West Carter's part of the development project, the Meadows project.
Thank you.
And same with Lima. Lima was already bid out.
Oh,
So that's
good.
been carried over. And then we'll have the additional money that we normally budget for on a fiscal basis. We'll identify some pipelines to do under that.
I just want to say that's great, because I love that we're moving forward, because we missed last year where we had approved it last time, and I really appreciate the planning and the priorities. Thank you. All right, any more on?
Solar-powered EV charging stations, is that what you're
With
saying?
batteries.
Yeah, it's basically a giant pedestal with a solar panel on the top and battery. Where I was at previously at Colton, we purchased one of them, and it seems to work pretty good. They said that's how I got the information, because I couldn't remember the vendor, and they sent me the brochure on it and stuff, and they said it still seems to work pretty good.
Is there, I don't want to get too off topic. My brain, sorry. Is there a way to generate electricity? So we have a gravity-fed water system. Is there a way to generate electricity by capturing the water that comes through the mains?
Like a dam.
Yeah, like a dam,
Like
yeah.
microturbines.
Yeah.
Here, not as much. You wouldn't be able to, because there are units that you can install in the pipelines, but you'd need a fairly larger pipeline. So those would be like in a 30-inch pipeline or more.
Okay.
Because actually, San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District, they had a hydro station on their big pipeline that came through, that they get their water from the state water project. But you need a large pipeline, and more where would be more gravity fed, say on a higher elevation. So say if we had something bury up in the canyon and all of our water supply was there, and then gravity feeding down, because our pipe tanks up above, we're actually pumping up to it
Yeah.
to fill them up.
And part of that's offset by our electric
Yeah.
panels behind, or Dapper, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, that was just
No, it was
amusing.
good. That was actually good.
I love it.
Like how you're looking for revenue. Thank you. All right. Any more questions on this portion of the budget?
Are we getting separate, was the budget presentation that the finance director did, the sum total of the presentations, or are we getting separate presentations on the CIP and the fee schedule?
I only see one presentation on just the
the one
budget.
presentation.
Okay, so
Remind me, do we always, because we do update the fee schedule for CPI generally, don't we always also during the budgeting process, get a fee schedule? That was my
Yes.
recollection, we do.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
But that's the only change, right? It's just I mean, we're not changing the fees because we didn't do a fee study, so it's just.
There's a
it's
lot of
just
fees
the-
we're changing.
It's just the adjustment for,
Well,
that's allowed?
some fees were adjusted by CPI. Some fees were adjusted more than CPI to true up the cost of the service.
That's something that we can calculate without having to do the external fee study?
That's something staff, yes, we can do that. Yep.
And are there other changes to the fees?
There were new fees, and then there were fees that were removed.
I may have missed it, but is there like a red line or a highlighted version of the fees so we can see which ones changed?
No, but I can go through them, and I think
Oh,
I've
you've
got
done
most
it?
of them.
Yeah, no, I.
You have more
I-
more
yeah,
time
I
on your hands.
I mean,
We show you the current fee, and then we show you the proposed rate, but there's no analysis with that.
So I would say that that's going to be a little bit, I have a lot of feedback, and I don't know if we want to make it easy first. Do we want to go from the budget and now look at the appropriation limits and resolutions? I think we're okay, but what about the executive and confidential
So
except salary, we're
before-
okay?
Before we do that, I have one final question on the overall budget. So this is all based on the budget study sessions of the end of May, right?
Correct.
And so since that time, we found out that we did not receive a grant from Caltrans to do our mobility plan, is that right?
Correct.
And we have really two options right now to develop the mobility plan. One of them would be to include it in this budget, or the second would be to reapply for the Caltrans grant and wait until next June to be able to do it?
Correct.
Okay.
Can we not apply for the SCAG grant? Which I forwarded.
We can take a look at it, but it would still be a grant.
What's do you know the deadline of that?
I don't know it offhand, but I've sent it a few
Okay.
times.
Okay.
As well as there was a few other grants, but that was the big one.
I'd say ask away, because
Okay.
we gotta
All right.
open it up for a public hearing after this.
Yep. Okay. I just didn't know if we wanted to separate them out or in any way by a resolution.
I think we covered the budget.
Okay. Okay, so questions now, moving on to the fee schedule. I saw that the roofing fee changed, and what I think was changed pretty dramatically. I'd like to know what it went from, here it is, a permit valuation from $4,000 to $25,000 was now $934 to $2,043. So it was a base fee of
Could you tell us what page you're
$879.
on?
I'm sorry.
They're not really,
Gosh, I always clip it out, so let me go back to it.
they are actually numbered.
Yeah, they're not, and they are numbered at the very bottom.
Pages are numbered, yeah.
Okay, let me go to that.
Planning, I assume?
Yeah. Okay. And I highlight it, so excuse me. Okay, it's a 16 out of 41. And it says re-roof only permit, this might be for planning, I don't know who this might be for. Re-roofing only permits and inspections, re-roof up to 20 squares. It says this is a new fee. What was our old fee for roofing?
It was a valuation-based fee.
And that's what, we had complaints, it was extremely high.
Correct.
Okay, so this is redoing that. And then how did we come up with these numbers by, I mean, I guess 266 means it takes 1 hour of our staff? Like, how did we come to these numbers? Thank you so much.
Mayor Lowe, thank you for the question. So the fee is based on the time and motion of our inspector and our permit processing time. And those are by calculation, how much time does the inspector takes to inspect 20 square versus 30 square, 40 square.
Okay,
of
great.
roofing time.
And that's square feet.
Squares,
Squares.
What's a,
That's
s- what's a
roofing
square?
square.
That's how the roofing material is calculated by square, and each square is approximately 100 square feet.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's on page 16 of 41. And so like when you have insurance claims and they take off, like if you lose like 10 squares or something, that's when you get a new roof. So it's calculated by roof squares. And then going back up to page 12 out of 41, the permit valuation, it increased by CPI, I assume, but not by, I remember there was something about that changing. You said it might change this next year once we implement the online permitting. So I assume that didn't change in terms of manpower hours or man hours or person hours. That's why it's only gone up by COLA. Okay. And then there was, as part of that permit, it says that even a small fence is included in that. So if that was true, then if there's a fence that only cost, say, $500 to put in a new fence post or put in, it says that a fence post counts as you need this permit, then if you had a small fence, it was going to cost you 2 hours of permitting time. If you had a fence that was $4,000, which is not doing much because mine blew over in the storm, so it would be basically $1,000. That's one, okay, so page 12 of 41. And that would be a quarter of the cost of your whole fence is just in the permit.
So in terms of fencing permit, it's based on the construction of it. If the fence construction does not require a foundation, like a footing or a curb foundation, then it's calculated at the basic fee. If it requires calculation of the wind shear and the load, and those are based on the valuation.
So even if I had to put concrete in with the post, and the total fence cost me $4,000, I have to pay a quarter of my new fence fee is going to be in permits.
If it require calculations and plan check.
Where are you
That-
getting a quarter?
So look at $934. So the fee is $934.72 if the valuation is $4,000. So go to permit valuation, $4,000 to $25,000, and then the permit fee is $934.72 to $2,043 based on that permit valuation. So your fee that you would pay for a fence that is $4,000 and $4,002 would be $934.72.
Was this schedule updated after the posting last week? Because I have a document that says that that's $852 and it's moving to $879.26, so. What she says or what I said? I don't.
Oh, I don't know. This is exactly what I pulled up from what was emailed to me.
Is it Exhibit D?
It is. I don't know. I'm looking at construction permit fees, page 12 of 41.
Yeah, I have, yeah, I'm.
I have a
on the same-
base
I'm-
fee,
I'm
but
on
then
the same
above that
page.
is a permit valuation.
Right, but I have all of that, but I have different numbers than what you're saying. That's
Oh.
why I was confused, because I was like, I'm not looking.
I have the original fee was 905 to 74, and my 930.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, so I'm looking at the base fee, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Well, still, it's almost a quarter of the amount. That's what I can't imagine paying a quarter of my amount of my fence to get repaired, especially after the Eaton fire that blew it, and the wind fire that blew everything over, just to put the new posts in, and a $4,000 fence is $1,000 almost, which means that, go back to insurance companies, but that just seems a lot to me, to be a quarter of the amount. So when I look at all these numbers, like, I can see why we're not promoting building. If it costs me that much, I'm just gonna leave a shaggy fence up.
Thank you for the question. I can clarify.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. So if you're looking at page 12, and just above the valuations, there's a note here that says, no permit is required for the repair of a lightweight material fence. And then it goes on to say more about permitting for fences.
Look at C. A fence of any height that requires foundation work, including a post and/or pilaster footing, mortar, and grout.
And those are typically required based on permit valuation because they involve structural calculations to be reviewed by our plan checkers and also to be reviewed by our inspectors.
But I read it as anything that requires foundation work, including a post. So it takes a plan checker to look at my post with putting concrete in the floor, putting a post up, and that's $1,000, close to it. That takes you
Well, if you read A,
Five-
if it's a
5 hours?
repair,
Yeah, this is not clear.
yeah, if it's a repair, you wouldn't have to pay anything.
Well, C doesn't
No,
say.
that doesn't
new-
say that.
C doesn't say new. It's interesting because A says repair, B says construction of new.
Construction, yeah.
And then C says construction of, and it doesn't say new or repair, so it's not clear what C actually, I suspect C is also construction of a new wall or fence, but I don't know how we decide what is, if you're having to repair your entire fence, is the new fence a repair or is it a new construction? I mean, I brought this comment up before. This all just seems very like, because you have experience with a fence, and so you have a sense of like what that should cost or what that shouldn't cost. I just feel like this is a very like arbitrary based on like what, I appreciate your review because I did not appreciate kind of what was going on here, so I did not review it in that depth. But on the other hand, I sort of feel like it's a little bit like the street project, right? Like we sort of pick out the intersections that we have experience with, and that's what we're concerned about. So I get a little concerned when we just kind of cherry pick different things because we have our own knowledge and experience that we can bring to bear. So I guess it would be helpful.
This was also complaints that I got from people, and that
Yeah.
was why the roof was changed. The roof amount was changed because of this type of complaint.
Right, but I mean, but even that, like, it's just based on responding to people who make complaints, right? And I mean, so I guess maybe it'd be better to understand a little bit about the methodology for preparing this schedule and kind of like what went into it, because I don't think we've heard anything specific about the effort to update these fees in respect of this budget cycle. At least I didn't hear anything about it in the study sessions, but maybe I wasn't here, so.
Yeah, me either.
So
So why were some updated and some not?
So some of the fees were updated because they moved from one department to another. So we needed to accurately reflect the new staff that were servicing the permit activity. Some were updated because they were new fees that we weren't currently established in the fee study. And some were updated because we found a better way to provide that methodology to the resident.
Like roofing. Even though it says new, it's actually not a new fee, it's just a new calculation.
I would imagine, just looking at building permits for fences, the base rates that you're seeing for fiscal '26, the current year, was established or reestablished when the city did its fee study a couple years ago, and then have subsequently been updated over the years by CPI.
Well, one of my points that I brought up in the last 2 years is since that fee study, the fee study was originally given by Wildan, right? And then we had each department go through and see what they saw as errors. And there were a ton. It came back the second time with corrections from each department. And then since that time, I've said time and time again how many errors we really have been seeing in what we approved. And so that's why I said I know we have to wait for a new fee study, and I thought we had to wait for a new fee study that would validate why some of these things had to be changed. But now that this is before us and we're approving another fee study, this is the time where I'm saying I don't want to repeat my mistakes before, where I personally didn't say anything because I didn't think of it. And now that I'm familiar with what's been happening in town and saying, oh, that is kind of ludicrous. Why would it be $1,000 to do that?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying it now, is that this seems like the procedural time when we're changing the fee study. So that's why I was surprised it popped up tonight, because it seems like it's very tedious. And I love the validations for what we have changed. It's just now, well, there's other validations I think we need for why other things need to be changed.
So you're calling for a whole revamping of
No,
fees
just
go
the ones that I,
Well, no, I think going back to what Councilmember Krebs was saying, we shouldn't just cherry pick the ones that we've had
I'm looking at the
complaints.
ones that aren't complaints necessarily, but wait, logically, does that make sense? Just like,
So that should be all of them. We should look at all of them. Using
well,
that
that's why
logic.
they were given to us. I looked at all of them. I did,
Yes,
I looked at
but
all
the
of them.
process should be a complete revamping of the fee schedule.
Well, this isn't the discussion almost, but my question, I guess, should be, just like I did with our, previously with other things. If we're presented with something to approve, I don't just approve it because it's sitting here and it's not the right time. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, this is not the right time to do this, and let's wait for a whole new fee study, when we didn't wait for a new fee study for everything else. And there's validation for why we changed that. So I'm reaching out to the distinct departments, asking if this is the right time and why this is valid.
And I don't want to get into discussion, but I think I feel like what you are trying to do is maybe we could have a future agenda item where we go through this.
That's why I was asking if this wanted to be pulled separate. That's why I was asking that.
I don't think today is the day to do that.
I agree. That's why I
think it
don't
should
want
be a
to.
separate agenda item.
Well, that's why I think that all of these changes would have been a separate agenda item, not necessarily put directly into here with changes that were validated. So just because some of these were caught and some others, there's other things we caught in a whole general thing that weren't caught before, and we caught them and we changed them tonight. So I understand it's lengthy. That's why I said this might be long.
Well, I say ask the questions and then we can get
Okay.
the discussion. and
Okay,
then-
so that's one of my questions, was validating why a repair to a fence post and plaster of $4,000 would cost $1,000 in permitting. It seems high. Let's see, okay, the new performance penalties, those are not fees, so never mind, ignore that one. Facility fees under Hart Park House, that's a different department. That is on page, and the question is more grammatical, it looks like the same thing. So that is on page, okay, page 22 of 41. It says daily rate, and then it says private flat rate is, you know, what it is. Private, less than 2 hours, hour block. And then it says private flat rate and gives a different value, and then private less than 2 hour block. I think it's I think it's a grammatical error. I think there was supposed to say something else. And same thing says for the Mary Tumulty Community Room. I don't know what it's supposed to be. So that would be facility rental fees, probably under library and community services?
Maybe one's supposed to be public.
Yeah, I was
Or
wondering.
is it nonprofit? Because if you look at the city council chambers.
Yeah.
And the city council chambers, you have the private flat rate and private less than 2 hour block, and then right below it is you have nonprofit flat rate and nonprofit less than 2 hour block.
That's what I
So
was
that's,
guessing.
maybe it's just, there are typos on the Hart Park House and the Mary Tumulty Community Room.
And then in that sense too.
Because the prices are all the same.
Correct. And then also then in one of the next pages, it says community group / nonprofit. But it only says that in page, the next 24 out of 41, page 24 at the very top for field rental fees. It says local organization / nonprofit. So I would like to see, I wonder if we should be saying the same language in all of the amounts, not just nonprofit.
Well, and the question is this actually trying to distinguish local versus not local? Or is it distinguishing between nonprofits or organizations that are not nonprofit? This could be.
I think it's a private party, like when people have birthday parties and.
No, that's the
okay.
private group. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
the distinction that you're trying to, the local organization / nonprofit, it also adds the word local. So that, does
does
it
it?
mean that, yeah, if you're looking at
Okay.
the ball field
You're right.
rental fees?
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's trying to make a distinction that, like, if it's a
Yeah.
local nonprofit versus a Pasadena
Ooh,
nonprofit.
I don't know, good question. I don't think so. I think it means local organization / nonprofit, but you're right, it could.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not gonna.
These are just the new facilities rental fees. For a lot of these facilities are from the new library. I
don't think there's a lot of history to go back. I don't know if.
But it should be the same.
think
I'm talking about the
that's the
typos.
amount.
It's not the amounts, it's the typo.
So our residents have an understanding of.
Yeah.
of
So if
which-
you're,
Which fee applies to them or the organization.
correct, thank you.
We can definitely correct all those typos.
So, I mean, we can do a couple things. We can bring this item back to you on the 14th and go back through and clean up some of the clarifying language. It would be helpful to understand all of the concerns so that we can come back with a report that tries to address, the council's desire in terms of the fee study. The council, through this budget process, can add additional funding to the budget. We can do a brand-new fee study if you want to start over from scratch. That's also a consideration if you're unhappy with the construction of the current fee schedule as is. Or we can try to make changes on the fly here today and adopt the fee schedule to be implemented July 1.
I could say there's 4.5, 5 more things that I noticed were different. And then the largest one would be the parking ticket fees, a flat rate of $100. And again, it's that same thing that I think that, maybe it's because I'm a new council member, I don't know. Yeah, my question was like, did procedurally, when we notice we do something wrong, when and how do we remedy it? Do we do a whole new fee study and remedy it then, or do we notice that we made mistakes and use our professional experts from each department to redo those things that we think we made errors on? Do we have to do a fee study to change fees? Obviously not.
Obviously not.
So, well, there are two types of fees. There are your public facilities fees, which do require a fee study. So that's a separate study.
None of those changed.
They did change CPI.
CPI,
Yeah.
okay, yes, but they didn't change by any other factor.
No, because
Quimby fees, et cetera. Is that what you're referring to?
Quimby fees aren't public facilities fees, or they are actually in the city. They're not development impact fees. But
Oh, okay.
yes, yeah, that's one of the public facilities fees. So those require a separate fee study under the government code.
Okay.
Separately, everything else, all the other fees you were talking about today, while they don't require a fee study, there needs to be some documentation as to how we came up with this number, because if that number is somehow greater than the cost, what it cost us, that difference is a tax.
Correct, got it.
That requires voter approval. So we need to demonstrate somehow how we came up with that number, right? So there needs to be some paper trail.
Thank you. Okay, so that would be just the facility fees we went over. There's some errors in the writing, and then just questioning, making it consistent. And then the other question was just language again. It said for field and courts use, we now have pickleball, so I just wanted that added. There was a difference all of a sudden for fire and police personnel, and before there was not. Before it was $129 for both fire personnel and police personnel on filming, and that changed to $171 for fire and $208 for police. Just wondering why it changed from being consistently the same amount.
Where are you on that
Oh,
one?
gosh,
I'm
let me go
looking at
back to
film
that one.
permit
Go to
fees.
filming.
So I'm looking at film permit fees,
Page 27.
page 27, yes. So,
And it changed, I think it should both be 208, just stay the same.
so I'm seeing violation of hour restrictions, police
go to-
personnel,
go
or
down.
is it the next one down?
Staff hourly,
Okay,
sorry.
thank you. Okay, so, I see, you went from 129 to 171 and 129 to 208.
Yeah, just keeping it the same.
Or understanding why it's different.
Yes, that
Well,
too.
it's different because we pay different rates to different staff. A sergeant doesn't make the same as a firefighter.
It was the same last year. It was 129.
And it was probably incorrect, which is why
Oh.
we adjusted it.
And again, then I would say for film permitting, your fire staff is someone that you hire that has to have a special certification to do that. And it's always, and before it used to be more than the police. So this is the first time I've seen fire be less than the police amount. And it's always after hours. It's not during staff time. It's an extra assignment. So just wondering why it'd be different.
This must be staff time, because this is our fee for providing this service. This is not like them hiring somebody off duty. This is different.
But
Correct.
that, oh, so what is, and then that's, well, so when they do a film and they hire, and they have to hire a fire staff for certain things, it's an off-duty,
Right, and they pay them
they
directly.
pay them directly.
They
So
don't pay
then
us.
this is when they're on duty,
This is probably.
which I don't know when they'd ever have to have an
No,
on-duty
it's what,
fire.
it's what we're charging the film company to hire our off-duty
Yes,
personnel.
yes,
Okay,
that's what I was
yes.
thought. Okay. And I
Because
didn't
we're-
realize
we're-
that
'cause
our,
Then we pay the off-duty.
yes,
Because it comes through our payroll.
yeah, it's an extra hourly.
And so, and then I guess to that point, the Public Works engineering staff goes from 175 to 235. So we've got Public Works engineering staff and then Public Works maintenance staff. So there's some big changes there, and I think, to the mayor's point, I think that the fire staff is one, that one of all of them jump out to me.
Yeah, I can understand engineering because we increased that salary.
Yeah, but the fire is confusing, why that one did.
Just, that's why. And then the next one was comparisons to other cities, and this is part of the police ticketing, but also fire reports for us are $60, went up to $62. But for San Marino, they are $27 only. And for, hold on a second, for Monrovia, San Marino is no fee because they count it in a public records request, which I don't understand since an EMS says medical report or fire report, because an EMS report would be violation of HIPAA. You wouldn't probably do a public records request, right, on a HIPAA document. But they don't charge anything. And then Monrovia charges $27. Yeah, we charge $62. It just seems exuberant.
San Marino has a public safety tax, so they probably don't need the budget support.
Well, and it also depends on what personnel in our organization is running these reports versus who they have doing it in another agency.
I just find it hard, like if you have someone requesting their document from their run and their document, and we're charging them 3 times the amount as our next door cities and any other city that I've found so far. And
You
then,
get one for free in the mail. I just got one.
oh, really?
My daughter had a
Oh,
run in a paramedics, and they sent
but did
me
they give you the whole document of everything?
Oh, no, just the
Okay.
itemized fees.
Oh, yeah.
or costs, yeah.
And then the last thing is the fee for parking. So if you violate, let's say you stay 5 minutes over in a parking spot and you get a ticket, it's $100. You could leave your car on the street overnight without a parking, it's $100. So universally, every single ticket amount is $100. Doesn't matter what it's for. And I looked at all the other cities around us in San Gabriel Valley and the Verdugo systems and Area D, and I didn't see another city that did one amount for every single parking ticket.
I remember a lengthy discussion about this last time, and I don't remember where we landed on.
I thought we were deciding to differentiate it, but it's not obviously in the approved, so I don't know if it just didn't happen. It was
I don't
under,
think
it was,
We had a long discussion about how to differentiate, though. Like,
No,
did
we
not
said
go
that-
line by line and like say it should be this or should be that.
no, we said it should be different, it should be like, I said like other cities, but it was also presented during that time when we were going through every single thing. So that's my other issue. $100 because you're 5 minutes late in a parking spot versus, you parked there for 2 or 3 hours and just left your car there, so I might as well just leave my car there. The ticket amount's going to be the same. It just seems ludicrous when every other city, like Monrovia, is $30 to $90 depending on the violation. San Marino is very similar. It's $40 to $100.
I don't think the police chief is here.
He
I don't-
is. He's over there.
Oh, yes, okay.
So I guess the question is, would we be able to change those fees, the cost of the tickets,
Or the justification.
or the justification?
Thanks for
Why
the
we-
question. I think this question is more for the city attorney. Does this fall under what we can change, or does it require a study?
I remember we looked at this together, and we had to refer to the bail schedule, right? That the was it the county, LA County sent to us?
I believe so. I vaguely remember, but it was a big discussion.
There's a thing called a bail schedule that's provided by a third-party government agency, and we use that as the baseline for determining what the appropriate fees are going to be. But I haven't looked at this question in a long time, so this is something we can revisit when we bring this back for City Council review.
So but let's say I want to change it. I mean, I don't think I want to change it. Like, I don't have to change it tonight. We don't have to approve a change tonight.
No.
But could we just bring that for a future agenda item, that change?
That specific change, the bail
Yes.
schedule change, we can.
Because I don't
but-
want to hold up like our whole budget or everything
No,
else.
this is an independent, I mean, although you're approving this with the budget,
Okay,
this is an independent approval that does not need to be tied to the budget at all. We just do that because that's just the practice.
oh, okay.
I mean, although I guess on what basis were the budget numbers, the revenue numbers prepared if some portion, I know it's a small portion, was attributed to fees and probably not so much on parking violations, but like, will that then change the calculations for the revenue part of the budget?
I doubt it.
Slightly. I mean, if we delay adoption of the fee schedule that includes the CPI factors, those CPI factors were built into our revenue estimates, which then,
Yeah, I don't think
But if we
anybody's
delay it
quibbling
for
with
a month, or,
I
you
don't
know,
think anybody's
it's
quibbling
gonna
for CPI. Like, I think that is what it is.
So my question would be, just like other things, would we be able to approve the budget, approve the fee studies, with the exception of this, that we're going to agendize this section at a future date? No?
I think
Or
the
just approve it
yeah,
and
I think
change it?
They're all different resolutions.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
the cleaner approach is just to postpone approval of the fee schedule.
Okay.
The existing fee schedule will remain in place.
Yeah.
Okay,
And it'll provide staff an opportunity to do a deeper dive and to provide the rationale for why some of these fees are the way they are.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I don't have any other questions on the matrices. Does anyone else have any questions about any of the other two resolutions? The fee schedule, appropriations limit and resolution, and the executive and confidential exempt salary matrices?
Nope.
Okay,
Thank you, Council.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to open this up for public comment.
Madam Mayor, no speaker cards were submitted, and for the record, the city clerk's office did not receive any emails either.
I'm glad we had a lot of participation during the special meeting, so that we definitely could move forward tonight.
I guess, although I don't know that I would actually characterize that as a lot of participation. There was like 2 or 3 comments, and they were all by the same people.
But it was good comments, it was
No,
good.
yeah, no, the participation that there was helpful and constructive, but
Yes.
I would not call that well, I'll save it for my comments, because I actually was going to,
I think they're all commissioners that were,
Yeah.
Former
No,
mayor.
Former mayor.
and a former mayor, yeah.
I mean, on that point, like one of my comments.
We're open for discussion.
Yeah, sorry. I thought we were. One of my comments was that I know that we had a discussion earlier in the year about surveying the community about their priorities and about what was important to them be in the budget. I did notice and heard through the budget sessions that did not make it in, that money for that survey did not make it into this budget, which, is fine. I'm not quibbling with that. But I wanted to say that I would have hoped for more, given the additional budgets workshops that we haven't had previously, that there would have been more participation by a broader swath of the public, so that maybe we could have gotten some of that same type of information as a survey, not obviously not as broad, but as a survey would have provided in terms of people's priorities, because we do hear a lot from certain louder voices about, what we should be spending money on and maybe what we shouldn't be spending money on, or just we should be spending more money, but we shouldn't be asking for more money to pay for it. But I don't, we didn't actually get that participation, so I do think, while I'm not going to push for it to be in this year's budget, I do think that is something that we need to figure out a way to, that information is something we need to gather at some point in some way, because we can't keep guessing, and waiting for people to complain to us on a one-off basis as to what they like or don't like, and somehow attribute that to the broader community. And a great example, I think, is the GAN measure, right? Like, if you had to go on what you read on Facebook about what the community thought about the GAN measure, you would have thought that that thing would have gone down in flames. Like people,
20%.
yeah, people were like, I mean, the I don't know, probably quantification, like the 8 people that were talking about it on Facebook were just so far against it. You would, and if you extrapolate that and think that that represents the community, you know, you would have been deadly wrong because it passed by a ridiculous margin. So, you know, I think we don't have a good source of information to take the pulse of the public on a scale that matters versus just listening to the, and God love them because they actually are participating, but the same sort of set of couple dozen people that, you know, are actually involved and that we hear from.
But even having a workshop, we're still going to hear from the same voices. It's not a statistically significant sample that we would.
I'm exempting present company, but I mean,
No,
it's,
no,
but,
no.
you know,
I was
we
saying-
need to hear more from people who aren't always the ones we hear from because we know what most of those folks, where they stand on things.
Well, I really did appreciate our survey that did go out this year to a random population of our constituents and our residents and business owners about what was their priorities, and their priorities were water, and then public safety, and then roads. You know, they ordered in percentage, like we could see what percentage of, what's their priorities in terms of this is number 1, this is number 2, and this is by a lot. So I think that was a great measure, and I've been really relying and going back to that and seeing like, was I missing something?
Madam Mayor, if I may, in the proposed budget, we did include $50,000 for the surveys that you're
Oh, okay. Maybe I
describing. So,
misunderstood.
so we are moving forward with those efforts, and we will come back to the council with that data.
Okay.
Which
Sorry, I
think is-
misunderstood the discussion in the budget session.
And I agree with some of the things that I think weren't relayed that we thought, like about the fleet. You know, my understanding was this was going to come back with us with a modification or justification or some type of plan, like we saw a great presentation inside of our packet about the equipment and such, but I didn't see any of that in the fleet. Like I saw the capital projects, I saw the infrastructure that we were going to build and all those things, and new equipment, the press, not the presser, but you know, the different equipment for water and public works. But I didn't see that. So I was, you know, but that's one of the things that we commented the most on. So I would not necessarily want to just approve blindly that amount.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thought from having just actually watched or listened to the meetings that I couldn't attend, we are obviously way behind in fleet management, right? Like we've let a lot of cars age out well beyond their useful life. And so I appreciate that there is a great need to turn over the fleet because we've been neglecting that as much as we've been neglecting other things as well. It just seemed like in the brief description of what was going to be included in that the 13 or 11 vehicles weren't limited to replacing those vehicles that were clearly well past their useful life. There did seem to be additional vehicles included in that number that to me didn't represent kind of replacing the things that needed to be replaced. And we didn't get a lot of detail, or maybe I was listening to it 2 times speed, so maybe I didn't get the detail. But that was sort of my concern, less so I guess on the overall number and you know, both number of cars and dollar number, but just it seemed like what was included in that was not all have to, and some of it a little bit was like to, I guess. I mean, would be my sense, but I don't know because I don't think we got a full, to your point, a full accounting of exactly what it was we were looking at.
Yeah, and I'm trying to like reconcile, like, yeah, like a vehicle might be from 2008, but it only has 49,000 miles on it. So it's, yeah, it doesn't have all the same features 2026 would, but does that mean it needs to be replaced? All right, and so maybe some yes, maybe some no. I just want to make sure we're doing a deep dive into considering which vehicles are up for replacement in the first year. And again, so we can smooth out those expenses, because there is a pop at the beginning, there is a acquisition fee on top of the annual lease fee, and those lease fees are going to start piling up on each other through time as we do replacements. So I want to make sure that we're doing this in
systematic.
a mindful manner.
And previously, when we have bought a new fleet, we've known what it's replacing directly. We have a chart, this is what's going out, this is what's coming in. Here, we don't necessarily have that. We had a rundown of examples, but we didn't get a line by line, this would replace this is what needs replacing. These are the 13 vehicles we need replaced. We did get some examples. We got a fire chief's car, we got the code enforcer's car, we got the electric vehicle, and we had some other examples, but it wasn't this for this, this for this, this for this.
Yeah, and we had when Enterprise came, we did get that spreadsheet, and I believe it was kind of like stage one of that spreadsheet. That was my understanding, that those are the vehicles.
But it didn't say
But it
which
sounds,
departments they were
but
in.
not all of them, it's from what we saw last time, not all of them are replacements. Some of them are basically new.
Yep. And they didn't say which department, because I said, what was that for? Or what was this for?
So, I mean, we're going deep into the fleet part. I mean, is there, I would recommend that this is worthy of a deeper dive on a separate subject. So is there a specific line item or something we need to pull out of the budget to put a hold on, to be able to come back and actually have this dialogue with some information from Enterprise and the details on it?
What's more information from our own department, our fleet department? What are we
Fine.
replacing? Yeah.
But so whoever it is, we're not taught. We're now straying away from the budget. So what is it that's in the budget that we need to change tonight to be able to adopt
It would be
it?
the amount
Yeah.
attributed in the budget to
Right.
the first year of the enterprise program,
Perfect.
which was like
So-
200 and
Right.
something, 60.
70.
Yeah.
Yes, it's 260,000 to the equipment replacement fund, 60010.
So if I may, a couple thoughts. We have the representative from Enterprise here, if you want to ask him any questions. He's in the building. Two, the council can make an amendment to the budget and remove that funding, and we can come back and have that conversation again, and you can reappropriate at another time. Or three, I will tell you that we will not expend those funds until we have a separate conversation with the city council. Leave it in the budget, and we won't move forward until we come back at a later date. And that way you all are comfortable with what the plan of action is moving forward.
I'm okay with 3, because I trust you.
Thank you.
I agree, but then this is the third time we've said it, and it's come back exactly the same.
Well, there was clear direction from the city manager this time. around.
Okay.
But no, yeah, I mean, what do you think?
Well, I don't know if I want to, like we said, I have huge priorities, and I think what's priorities, and I base it on kind of what we've looked at in terms of what the public somewhat has told us in terms of our survey. And I don't know if that is the priority to replace 13 vehicles. And as you said, it only gets more as you add to that each time when you replace the next group of vehicles and the next group of vehicles. So that starting of $260,000 is going to increase next year to another amount. If we didn't start it at $260,000 and it was lower, because we only did, say, 9 or 8 or whatever, I'm not sure because I don't have them in front of me, then it wouldn't be such a huge line item, and could that be utilized somewhere else? Or we don't have to take it from our reserve or our other budget funds or non-extra.
And I really wanted to make sure that we thoughtfully lease cars when it made sense to lease cars, and we should purchase maybe vehicles for, let's say, Public Works when it makes sense to purchase it and actually own that asset.
Which we would do if we had the funding to acquire those vehicles. The reason why the city pursued the lease model was because we don't have the cash to do the replacements on a regular cycle,
I mean,
regular
a
schedule.
pickup truck nowadays is like 80 grand, right?
Well, plus all the outfitting that we have to do on the truck, right? Because we need specialized equipment and all the things that come with it. So it's much more than that. On a leasing model, it allows us to turn over our fleet quickly without the upfront capital expenditure.
There is a small or relatively small acquisition fee with each of them, isn't there?
There's the small down payment.
Yeah.
And part of that is offset through the residual value of the sale of
the
the
back end.
vehicles. Yeah, yep.
I'm fine with option number 3. I trust that you will not expend it until we have this discussion.
Sure.
Yeah, I said, I'm comfortable with 3
Okay.
for that.
Yeah, and other than that, I mean, with the budget, I'm grateful for all the time and
Oh,
effort
absolutely.
that went into this. I mean, I don't have any issues with the budget specifically. It was just that item that I felt like kept coming up.
Yeah, it's good.
And I want to say that, like, having experienced the budget sessions, not real time, but as watching them, I mean, those were incredibly helpful. Like, I wish, 6 years ago, I was on council and we started with that, because it would have given me such a better understanding both of the budget itself and frankly how each department approaches it and thinks about it. And so those were hugely successful. I would suggest in the future maybe not having both in the same week, but that's something we can work on. Maybe not the week of this council meeting as well, because that was probably really taxing. But yeah, so I want to commend staff, because I'm sure that took a ton of work on top of the budget work that obviously was also very all-encompassing. So just huge kudos to everyone for all of the effort that this is undertaken, that you've undertaken over like the last 4, 5, 6 months, on top of the regular stuff.
All right. Yes, I absolutely agree. I learned so much, especially being the newest and understanding. And this is probably my worst part, is budgeting is not my forte. I'm not the numbers person, and so this is where I learned the most. So I really appreciate staff and the multitude of hours and all the input and the explanation and the presentation too. And all of your staff was fantastic. Can I have a motion?
Well, before we go, because there's one other one that, and you heard the question earlier on. I'm concerned that we keep kicking the mobility element, as I guess it's now called, down the road, right? And I'm conflicted in trying to add it to this year's budget, but I also don't want to wait another year and another year after that. I'd like to see a mobility element at least started before the end of my current term, because it's been something I've been bringing up quite a bit in a number of different ways, and I think it's important to people that I talk to in the city. It's an important policy document. So maybe if we don't do it this year, I'm going to be pushing for it, grant opportunities or in the budget next year, because I think it's something that is sorely needed in this city.
And I understand you, and I agree, and I'm trying to figure out whether an update to our general plan's mobility element, thank you, is what you're really asking for, or you're asking for something that is concrete and we can actually implement and do? Because the general plan is really just a guiding document, whereas I think you want, and I'm with you.
No, I think
where we're planning, where e-bikes can be parked and where bike lanes and preferred bike routes and, all that stuff, which I'm totally agreeing with. And I don't think the mobility element really hits that.
Well, I'm trying to get to that point, and I see the mobility
First.
every time I.
Which is the horse, which is the cart, right?
Yeah, I want to see the implementation. I honestly would rather not even have the plan, to be honest. I would rather have, rather than the strategic plan, have an implementation plan of what we're going to actually do. But at some level, if we're going to be looking at where we want to put, a new bike lane or a bicycle corridor, more than an actual bike lane, as well as the parking, as you mentioned, I think we need to have the plan first, as much as I hate to say it, but you're right. My ultimate goal is to have the actual things done and have it happen, but some of it may take longer and take even more budget, right? If we were to take a street in this town and create a protected bike lane on it, that's going to be a significant budget, right? And we have to have a engineering plan to know where to put that. And to me, the mobility plan puts us on the path to try to get there, versus otherwise I feel like we're throwing darts at the board. So I want the outcome, but it's also important on the process, because if we don't do it right, then we're going to redo it in the future.
In your experience, is there a difference between the mobility update or circulation element of a general plan, and something that I think a lot of us are envisioning for actual implementation, some kind of plan for implementation rather than a general plan document.
Well, I think you sort of appropriately framed the question, which is like the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart, right? If you're comfortable with the current element and the way the policy goals are designed in the current element, if we went forward with an active transportation plan, it would be based off of the goals of the current element, unless we received additional sort of direction, policy direction from the city council, prior to engaging in that work. Doing the mobility plan first allows us to create that policy framework, so then when you're trying to then develop active transportation plan that includes all of the various segments that would have the alternative modes of transportation sort of foundationally built into the network, then we would be able to start designing projects based off of what's been identified in that plan. So it's a chicken and the egg kind of thing.
Spending the money on, correct me if I'm wrong, our whole general plan needs to be updated in 9 years. So if we update an element now, it actually might save money on that, because if we're still thinking of the same things, it's already written and we just need to update it, rather than write a whole new plan. Was that the thinking, or would we have to then update all? What is there, 9 elements or 8 elements in a general plan? 8 elements. Do we have to update all 8 elements individually, or do we just do a grand master plan or general plan?
Right, so there's only a requirement that you have those elements. When you choose to update them is up to the council, except for the housing element.
Yeah.
And so if you chose to do it in piecemeal, would it save you money overall in updating the general plan at the 2035? Yeah, probably would.
What's the 2035 date? That's just like when.
Arbitrary, but the city
Right now,
council said it.
the current general plan says this shall be the case until 2035.
Because a general plan has to provide a range. And so it was 2005, whenever you adopted it, to 2035.
2015.
Yeah, the general plan is adopted in 2015. It's a 20-year plan, so it has a vision for the 20-year ahead of it, so it ended 2035.
So the fact that we just updated 2 of the elements tonight, or the first reading of it, and then the fact that we are going to we've updated the housing element, and we'll do that again, like, those are already updated, and so then they don't need to be updated in 2035, or do we have to do a wholesale, all 8 have to be updated to be current as of 2035?
Maybe it's just less work, because we put so much work into these ones.
There's two points I would like to add. One is there is AB 98, which requires circulation element to be updated by January 1st, 2028.
28.
And also, when we update housing element, a circulation element is part of the housing element that needs to be correlated with housing, land use, and circulation because of the priority site.
And that's
City
2030,
Council.
right?
That's 2029.
Okay.
But Councilmember, the reason they do that all together is because the plans relate to each other.
Right.
So you will reduce the amount of work if some are already updated, but it doesn't mean that during the general plan update, they again won't be updated because they reference each other, they relate to each other.
Right.
So you said AB 98 requires the update of the circulation element by 2028.
That's correct.
So we have to do it anyway by 2028.
That's correct. And that's why we applied for the Caltrans Grant Sustainability Planning Grant last year. And that's part of the effort to comply with the state statute.
Yeah, I just want to add one caveat. There was a subsequent bill, and I just have to check, because this dealt with warehousing, and because we don't have, for cities that don't have warehouses, a lot of them complained and said, why are we forced to bear this cost? And I think they created a exception for cities like Sierra Madre that don't have warehousing and truck routes for warehousing. So it might be the case that a subsequent bill has preempted that need. So I wouldn't bank on the 2028 circulation element update is my point.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So are you looking for a budget appropriation for that?
Or you're
in this current
encouraging,
budget?
Well, I'm hesitant because of where we are fiscally, right? I mean, we saw at the beginning of the presentation that we're already over budget, we're drawing on reserves, and we haven't even looked at COLA, right? So I want to put it out on the table. This is the exact type of discussion I was hoping for. I'm willing to be a little bit more patient, but let me put it this way. I'm willing to wait to the mid-year to reopen the conversation, to be able to have to get the budget approved tonight, because I think we've got lots of other items that are high priorities here.
So maybe continue to look for grant opportunities prior to the mid-year, and hopefully at the mid-year we can have a grant in hand.
Could I really, 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 again, encourage staff, and if you guys want to be a part, to have a meeting with SCAG? They have, their Go Human is being updated right now because it's outdated it's 10 years old now. So they're in the middle of updating their transportation mobility plans and what they're going to feed out to the rest of our region. And they're the ones who were doing, unfortunately, the ATP Cycle 8 grant, which was supposed to accommodate for some of these legislative acts, has closed on June 22nd. But again, there's funding and there's resources that we don't tap into, that we pay SCAG for, but we're not using them. They even come here and give us a presentation on what they have, and we've never actually contacted them and had a meeting and stepped up and said, please give us this, let's meet right now.
One's a resident.
Yes. Oh, that's so true, too. So if you would want to be a part of that, if you want to reach out and...
To have a meeting, to have them come in and talk about it.
In the meantime, could someone circulate the circulation element? Because I do like this idea that if we think that the current formulation of it, because I mean, all of this is formulated pretty broadly and pretty, indistinctly, and I suspect if it was done, halfway decently, that it probably captures a lot of the things that we've been talking about from a policy perspective, the current element. Maybe you've read it.
Is the circulation element part of the general plan?
Mm-hmm.
So we can review
Yeah,
the
So
general.
if someone could circulate that, and then maybe we could short circuit this a little bit and get to the part where is if we felt like that accurately reflected at a basic level or general level the priorities, we could then maybe not have to update it and just move to the active transportation plan based on those goals and policy statements. I don't know. I just haven't read it. Certainly not recently.
I hadn't read it either. I pulled it up here, so I only looked at the part of it, but there is a paragraph on bike routes, and it says, there are currently no defined bicycle facilities within the city of Sierra Madre. The city's outdated bikeway plan has identified the need for a bike lane along Sierra Madre Boulevard through the length of the city, but this lane has not been built.
But now
That's
it has.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it has since 2015, but that's the extent it says about bikes.
What does it say, like, in the, are there actual, like, action? I don't know how it's set up, like, if it's set up like the ones that we got tonight, where there was like where there was description of the current and then goals?
No. Well, there are some goals, and I'd have to check the goals. Most of it talks about, how many cars there are on a road. So like what we saw with the stop signs and the number of cars traveling on.
VMT and all that.
That would be the sort of the state of play at the time. Like, but yeah,
Right.
can you just send? I mean, if you have it, would you send that around as a link just so that we can
Yeah.
review it? Because I mean, I'd like to be generous in our review to see if we think that it could be the basis for which
Perfect.
we move on to an action plan. Because I agree, I'd hate to belabor an action plan just because we think we need to go through some general plan update process that maybe we don't.
Great.
Thank you.
What I can also propose is we could also go out to bid at any time to solicit proposals from qualified consultants for either an update to the mobility element or some active transportation plan, and come back to you around the time of the mid-year with both sets of proposals in a range that if you want to pursue an update, it'll cost you X. If you want to just pursue the plan itself. It'll cost you Y, and you appropriate the funds. We've already done the RFP. You don't have to wait another 2 or 3 months. We can just get the
You know what'd be
process
great
started.
about that too is a lot of these grants are ready to go. So if you have a plan or an RF, you have the plans ready to go and even the RFP out, that means we would be able to better apply for those grants that are ready to implement.
I feel like this would be a great project for the planning intern.
He's like, oh,
It's a good idea.
all right.
And I do want to give kudos to Public Works for this wonderful CIP master
I love it.
worksheet.
Yes.
It was very easy to follow. I know we saw a lot of this during the budgeting workshops or budget sessions, but it's super helpful to see where the money's coming from each of those projects and what the plan is. So thank you for that. That's something we haven't had in the past.
Yeah, super helpful.
All right. Now, do we have a motion? More discussion?
I can move to adopt. I have to find all of the numbers of all of the things.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's correct. So I move to adopt, let's see if I get this right, Resolution 2660, 2662, and 2659.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Do I have a motion to continue Resolution 2661?
So moved.
Do we want a date certain so we don't have to go to public hearing again? I mean, to noticing a public hearing?
Yeah, that would be ideal. We can come back to you on the 14th.
You think?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You only really identified sort of a handful of fees that we need to come.
Well,
I can
I think
forward
I
it to
might
you.
need a little bit more time. I didn't appreciate what this was, so I'll take a look at it and I'll give you separate if I have anything.
Okay.
But yeah, but soon, so,
So before the break is optimal.
yeah.
Does it need to be before the break? Can you always
Well,
set up a
then,
time?
then we're looking at end of August.
But doesn't have to be renoticed if we set a date?
If the city council selects an actual date, then you can continue it to a date certain. But if you choose to just let it continue it.
No, I meant if the date certain is really long, is there a time limit on how long you can, oh,
No.
I think it's more, they want to wrap up the budget.
Yeah.
They don't want to wait until we come back. I think we should try to do it.
It's
Okay.
only 10 days.
I was
to
thinking of them, like,
To publish, so if you want to continue it to a date uncertain, we can just repost.
so 14th's
I
okay for you?
mean, yeah, we'll try for the 14th, and worst case scenario, if we're not finished, we'll come back after the break.
But my understanding, it's not just what she brought up. It's like kind of going through every single one and having, does this make sense to our residents type of analysis? That's what I was hearing.
Well,
Well-
I just worry about like cherry picking based on, feedback from individual residents or, personal knowledge. I just worry
I
when
can
we don't do a
guarantee you that's
systematic.
not what I do when I go through it. I go through it because this does not make sense. Like, that does not make sense. I'm looking
Right,
at
no,
this
no,
calculation.
I get that, but that's your, you're putting your, you're applying your logic to it, which, is what you're elected to do, but I'm just saying but that is your logic, right? And so it just seems a little bit
Well, I can always
arbitrary.
bring it up to everybody, and if they agree, they do. If you don't, that's totally fine.
Right, but I think the review that we're asking for
If
is
we're
a
asking
little more,
staff to review,
a little
it
more
shouldn't- yeah.
systematic
Well,
than
that's what I'm
just-
saying. So when I don't want to say this like too poorly, but I think that, like I said, I think that we approved a very not sufficient fee study. Just like we've done a couple times where we've approved something that I'm like, oh, that really doesn't make sense now. And that's why some of these changes happened. It didn't make sense. Like the roof, example, the roof fees. They did not make sense. So some of these don't make sense.
So
It's hard to catch all of them because when I was with Wildan on a 2-hour, this is before you were here, over a 2-hour study session on Zoom, going through spreadsheets that if you printed them, they would probably be over 1,000 pages. It takes a lot of time, and some things do slip through the cracks. And I had a lot of corrections because the city manager wanted me on that.
And Councilmember Goss, I think, too, right?
I think Goss was on it as well. And we uncovered even more when we had the consultant here and made more changes. But no, I agree with you. We don't want things to slip through the cracks, but we spend a lot of time going through these things. And I do want to review that $100 bail amount, because I remember we had a lengthy conversation on why this was the appropriate amount for the parking tickets. I mean, the other thing is just let's not give a parking ticket.
Well, my point is, why are we the only city that does $100 all around the board? We're the only city. There's no other city. I looked at all the different fee studies for every other city.
I mean,
We're the
I
only
do think
one.
we need to go back and look at
I want to watch the tape again, because we had a long conversation with the police
Yeah.
chief on that. from what I
and
recall.
exactly around that subject.
Yeah.
And the escalator, like the second offense, the third, like we did a whole conversation.
Yeah, I remember that.
Madam Mayor, there is a motion from Councilmember Parkhurst to continue the public hearing for resolution number 2661. I did not hear a second.
We didn't have a date.
We didn't accept it because we didn't have a date.
So we're trying to determine if the 14th's fast, good enough or not.
So
No, no, because
or
he's
I can
answering if we can do it to the next.
I think I need to better understand what the council's direction is and what we're trying to accomplish with bringing this back. Are we looking at the numbers behind the fees to better understand the mechanics of the fee and how we determine the value that we're presenting? Or are we going back and just looking at the fees that were identified in the conversation that we had tonight and coming up with the justification for it? Like, what are we trying to accomplish with this?
We are not trying to
Review.
change any fees that would need to go through a fee study according to our city attorney, Garagosian.
Nor are we
nor-
objecting to the CPI.
Correct. Nor are we objecting to the CPI.
Okay.
So I'm not sure we know which is which, do we?
Yes, because the beginning and the end, it's.
We can do
it's
the
pretty
we
easy
can
to
do the math
calculate.
and show you the
Yeah.
percentage
It's-
change on the fees that we adjust.
And that's pretty easy
lot
for
of them
us
are
to
3.1%.
calculate.
Yeah,
I
and the
guess-
one
No,
and
the
the,
question is, will we know by looking the ones that changed?
Yes.
Is it because it was CPI?
Yeah, totally, 100%.
Pretty obvious.
Yeah, they're very obvious. And then the ones that I think that we're talking about, the only really lengthy one would be the parking tickets. The rest are kind of like an individual, why that doesn't seem valid. Not according to the hours it would take to have that person to do it, similar to the roof, and why that's redone. And I don't think anything else is that much more lengthy, nor are we arguing the exact amount. It's more like exactly, why would this be that? Is that valid?
Could we perhaps like even just set a threshold? Like, okay, we've got 3%, like to try to facilitate the discussion, if anything is more than 20% change or something like that, would that make
no.
it so that?
I think, for example.
Oh, no,
I
because the fence,
with
I
yeah.
see what you're saying. Is
It's like-
it only went up by.
And maybe that's
yeah.
just a language cleanup. Like maybe I'm reading it as this and the language is just wrong.
Yeah, like she has, let's say she has 15 posts. One of them, because of the wind, broke out and she needs a new footing for that one post.
No, I understand,
And
yeah.
it's
Bumps
like-
it up to
And
this
I got to
amount.
pay $1,000 to repair my fence on top of the repair costs?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. So I wouldn't say it's that lengthy except for the parking tickets.
And it's kind of akin to what we were talking about earlier with that fee didn't really make sense with, you
Oh.
spend more and it's like less. So like things that
Yeah.
the logic
Penalty.
behind that stuff. Yeah, that penalty.
Just things that we notice, like that doesn't make sense, like the penalty, exactly. Like, why is it only 1%?
So in terms of helpful information for the council to make its deliberation, we'll come back to you with the fee study. We'll add another column that shows the percentage
A
change.
whole new fee study?
Or,
do you-
I'm sorry, a fee schedule.
Okay.
Fee schedule, that will add another column to the fee schedule that'll show the percentage change, the year over year. 90% of them will be CPI adjusted. Some will be new fees, so you'll see those for the first time. That's 100% change. And then ones will be adjusted based off of, we have different staff or people got pay increases, so we adjusted those appropriately for that. And then there are going to be specific fees like the fence fee that the council wants to understand the construction of how the fee was determined. That's a little bit more,
Or if the language is just wrong. Like if the language isn't specific enough, because like the language in that is that the C category, which initiates a building permit,
Okay.
might be that it just doesn't say new fence, or it doesn't say this, and then, why would it validate, even if it's a new fence, why would a $4,000 fence, a new fence just to put a pole in with concrete validate a $1,000 fee? So those might just be the language, and maybe
Right.
it just has to be looked at and said,
Okay.
oh, wait, you're right, this is,
So other than the fence fee and the parking fee, I think the only other ones that were sort of language clarification were the facility fees, right? Versus, private versus nonprofit.
What about
and we can email it, and local organizations
And the
slash.
local organization /
I
nonprofit.
think
And the
probably
police and-
inconsistent
Yeah.
use of nonprofit and
Correct.
public.
Okay.
And the filming rates for police, public works, and
And why those
Why is fire and
changed?
police different all of a
Okay.
sudden?
So if we come back to you with that subset, would that satisfy the council's concerns with the fee schedule?
And what,
then we can have a long discussion on it.
well,
Yeah.
we won't need to if it's
Yeah, if it's that
We're
deep.
done.
The only other monkey wrench that I would throw into this conversation, and I don't know that I would bring it back to you with the fee schedule when we come back, is that currently the city does not have a user fee cost recovery level policy. There's nothing that defines whether we're collecting a high level, a mid-level, or a low level in terms of cost recovery. And that would be super helpful for staff for future updates so that we have various ranges that we're trying to meet in terms of private benefit versus public benefit and individual user versus public use.
We had that conversation, but we did not have a policy document when Will Dan did the fee study. We said some things like, like the alarm, when the police respond to an alarm, the first one shouldn't have any fee, and I can't remember. So policy-wise, we talked about things that maybe should not be, especially from the police department, completely fee recovery, because this is a service that's already paid for by the residents, and they're not there to, we don't want to discourage
having alarms.
Sure.
that service, right? So we did a lot of one-offs, if you recall, during that process. So we should have probably developed a policy document at that time, but we were definitely not, on some things, close to full fee recovery.
Yeah.
But not eclipsing it, not meeting it.
Right.
But in some things, we said, no, this should just be something that the burden of the city for the general benefit of the residents.
So if the council's interested in something like that, we can bring a draft for future discussion, not at necessarily the July 14th meeting, but something for you to see and give future feedback at a subsequent meeting to
Yeah.
adopt.
I think that would be really helpful because I don't really want to do this every time we get a fee
Yeah, I
schedule.
agree.
Like, didn't we do it this way?
And-
Yeah.
And at that time, would it behoove us to add fees that we're paying, say, for credit card charges and those kinds of things?
I think we need more time to evaluate those things, to figure that out.
Okay,
The last time we did the fee study was fiscal
2024,
23, I think.
23?
23?
I think it was 23.
Okay. All right.
I think somebody mentioned it because I remember thinking it's pretty old now. 3 years.
Seems like it was yesterday.
Okay, do we have everything?
So are
We
you,
need a date.
We're good.
are we talking 14th, or are we talking end of August for your staff?
That was
to
what
come
we're
back?
determining on
Yeah.
this motion.
I think we can bring that all back to you on the 14th.
Okay,
Because we have 2 weeks in between meetings. There's an extra week in there.
So I can revise my motion to continue Resolution 2661 until a date certain, the next city council meeting, July 14th.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank
Take
you,
a 5-minute break?
everybody. Sure, let's take a 5-minute break. Do.
I'm saving it for later.
Yeah, I know. All right, we will return at 9:37 to continue with our consent calendar. Madam Clerk Aguilar, can you please read consent calendar by item only? By title only? I knew that sounded wrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Council is being asked to consider a number of consent items. The first on the list is the approval of City Council meeting minutes from the June 9, 2026 meeting. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council approve the meeting minutes, and the City Clerk's office did not receive any suggestions or requests for edits. Consent item B is Resolution 26-56, approval of warrants for payment. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council approve Resolution 26-56. Consent C is the approval of fiscal year 2026-2027 purchase orders over $75,000 for various goods and services. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council approve the purchase orders. And then we move on to consent D, which is the award of contract to Carbon Supply, Inc. for the granular activated carbon change-out project in an amount not to exceed $203,000. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council approve the purchase, the award of contract. Consent E is resolution number 26-63, approving participation in the Los Angeles County Community Development Block Program, also known as CDBG, for fiscal years 2027 through 2029. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve resolution 26-63. Moving on to consent item number F, or letter F, is resolution number 26-57, designating streets to be included in the fiscal year 26-27 street rehabilitation program funded by Senate Bill 1. It's the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve resolution 26-57. And then lastly, consent G is the second reading of ordinance number 1495, adopting by reference the City of Sierra Madre Objective Design Standards by adding Chapter 17.50 Objective Design Standards to and amending various sections of Title 17 zoning of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code related to multifamily development standards. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve second reading of ordinance 1495. Madam Mayor, that concludes my report. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you so much. Do we have questions on item A? B? C? Item D? Item E? Item F? Or item G? No questions. I'd like to open this up for public comment on any of the consent items.
Madam Mayor, no speaker cards were submitted, nor did the City Clerk's office receive any emails.
Any discussion from council?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to our last item, the discussion item, consideration of appointments of city boards and commissions. Do we have information or presentation prior to us going through this?
We do, Madam Mayor. It's me again. I'm back. My report is the consideration of appointments to the city boards and commissions. Commissioners and trustees are appointed to serve on city council commissions and boards for a period of 4 years per term, and they do not receive compensation for these appointments. Each appointed position is eligible for 2 full 4-year terms, with each term beginning July 1st of the appointed year and then concluding in June 30th of the term ending year. Commissioners that serve a partial term are then eligible for a full term. We have some commissioners who are completing a partial term and who are requesting reappointment. In fact, every commission and board has commissioners and trustees who are seeking reappointment. And in one case, we have a commission commissioners are eligible for reappointment but not seeking reappointment. So to go through quickly. On the Planning Commission, Commissioner Patrick Simcock is completing a partial term that he is filling due to an unscheduled vacancy from Bob Spears back from 2023. He is seeking reappointment and is eligible for his first full-term appointment, which would conclude in 2030 if he is appointed by the City Council. On the Natural Resources Commission, there are 2 commissioners who are seeking reappointment and are eligible for a second full term. Commissioner William Patzert and Commissioner Vicki Ryan both have expressed interest in being reappointed. And moving on to the Library Board of Trustees, there are 2 trustees who have completed their first term, are seeking a second term, and are eligible for a second full 4-year term. That's for Lee Gluck and Diane Sands. And then in the Senior Community Commission, Commissioner Friedman is completing a partial term that he was selected to fill upon the unscheduled vacancy of Jackie Pergola. Commissioner Friedman is eligible for his first full term, and he has expressed interest in being reappointed. And then lastly, Community Services Commission has 2 commissioners who are eligible for reappointment. Only Commissioner Bartlett has expressed interest in being reappointed to a second full term, whereas Commissioner Carlson has decided to not request a second full term, and so that would be a vacancy effective July 1st. There is also, the City Clerk's office was also notified that Commissioner Bonenfant is stepping down from her role as commissioner, which would create an unscheduled vacancy. So the City Clerk's office is requesting that the City Council consider an appointment to serve a full term, replacing Commissioner Carlson, and then a partial term as well, replacing Commissioner Bonenfant. There were 6 applications that were received. All 6 applications have been forwarded to the City Council. The applicants are Sudhir Agrawal, Robert Bischoff, Jeanette Ladea, Dwayne Riley, Michael Stretton, and Kelly Strabinsky in alphabetical order. And the City Council is asked to consider all 6 applications for the vacancies, and the City Council may choose any of the 6 or request that the City Clerk's office continue recruitment and come back at a later date with additional applications. That concludes my report.
The remainder of Commissioner Bonenfant's term is what?
There's 1 year remaining on her term, so it would, whoever is selected to serve in that seat would run a partial term, 1 year for her partial term, and then become eligible for a full term.
Thank you.
Your mic.
All right, so let's go ahead and go through each commission to reaffirm, and then we can go through the community services and look over the new applicants.
Madam Mayor, I'm actually okay personally if we just reappoint all of the folks that asked for reappointment and not go by commission.
Oh, great.
But I don't know if other folks feel
I'm okay with
differently.
that.
100% agree.
100%. Thank
I
you.
move that we reappoint all of the commissioners and trustees asking for reappointment who are eligible to do so.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I don't
Yeah.
know that we actually
Can I-
do that because
I
you
know.
do the commission
I was just
appointments,
wondering
but-
that. I was pondering
Good,
that, but
it's fine.
we affirmed it
Yeah.
unanimously. All right, so let's go ahead and go through our applicants.
Trustee Stands.
Thank you so
Thank you for
much. Did
coming.
you want to,
you,
public, I
Commissioner
didn't
Bartlett.
even do
Yes.
public
Oh, I'm
comment.
sorry, I didn't
I'm
even
so
see you.
sorry. Would you like public comment? I don't want to rob you. Well, thank you so much for serving, and thank you for re-upping my fault too. Thank you. All right, so let's move on to our Community Services Commission. We had an extra applicant today, but while we are analyzing these different applications, would anybody like to come to the public and come and speak to their application?
Madam Mayor, we do have a speaker card from Sudhir Agrawal, who is a applicant for the commission.
Would you like to approach and say a few words and under 3 minutes, but would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, I am interested in this appointment for the city of Sierra Madre, its growth and its development. I'm going to cover this into 4 different steps. Why I'm looking for this appointment, what and where I will be involved, what are my background, credentials, and experience and qualification that how I can support city of Sierra Madre. So as far as why I am interested in this appointment, I came to this country in '75 as a student. And through the community, through the help of all this, I gained knowledge, experience, received various credentials, including my PE license, certification on the construction, lead, OSHA certification, published a lot of papers, and became one of the 25 people for the underground transportation system in the world. So that's the reason I'm interested, because public supported me. I want to support and give it back to the community. I retired last year, and I have time available to support it. What and where I'm going to be involved in this? Now, I'll be communicating with the community in the following areas: safety and security, park and recreation, wilderness parks, policies and procedures, libraries, schools, seniors, accessibility, transportation, and new thing which I want to add, make public community aware of AI, the new development in the AI. Now, as far as my credential, knowledge, and experience, I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in mechanical engineering. I have MBA, and I also have partial executive MBA. I'm licensed in the state of California, and I was licensed in several other states. I'm also a certified individual, and I have over 40 years of experience, including transportation. I have been in the fundraising situation, and I have raised several $1 million. As far as the leadership is concerned, I am currently on the California Building Standard Commission board in Sacramento, and I go there, and my appointment is 3 years at a time. And I have been serving them for the last 20 years. I was ASHRAE president, which is a bigger society like with 70,000 members. I'm certified construction manager, and I was president of Toastmaster. I was on the advisory board for LADWP, LAUSD, and participated in LA Metro mission and vision while I was working there. So there are several areas where I can communicate with the community and bring to the table and update the policies and procedures, what community wants, and bring it to the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very impressive. Thank you so much. All right. So what I would recommend is after you all have looked over, I assume, of these candidates, if you have recommendations and any other concerns that you want to bring forward. Oh, that's public discussion. So then discussion. But I don't even know if we follow those same procedures in discussion, but open up. So do we have any other public comment from anybody? No? All right.
We received one email on this. Is that right? Is it 1 or 2?
There was one email received from another applicant, Robert Bischoff, and that was forwarded to the city council.
And then I guess their letters in their applications.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's open this up for discussion. So I'd like to ask for recommendations from council as well as concerns, if any.
I can start. I don't really have any concerns. I think it's a very impressive group of people that we have. that have taken the time to provide their applications. There's three that kind of rise to the top for me. One is Robert Bischoff. The second is Michael Stretton. And third is Mr. Agarwal. I will say I've been incredibly impressed with Mr. Agarwal's experience. If we don't select him for the Community Services Commission, we should find a way to tap his brain, not only with his presentation or his comments tonight. I had a chance to talk with him during the break, and there were other things that he mentioned that could be very beneficial to the city. So we need to find a way to get him supporting the efforts of the city. So those would be my three in no particular order.
Yeah, so thank you for your comments. I think for me personally, you could be better used in other commissions potentially. So or other positions, as Councilmember Parkhurst mentioned. But if I'm going strictly off record and what I've seen as far as already showing community service and now formalizing that process, 100% it would be Robert Bischoff and Jeanette Ladea, without any reserve. Those two have shown commitment to the community already. They have a record of commitment to the community. And again, like I said, this is just formalizing it and maybe expanding what they can do for our city.
I agree. I mean, I love to give credit to folks who actually are here to make their comment. Obviously, we went really late tonight, so I apologize for not thinking to move this up in the agenda. And typically, we have more applicants that come by, and I understand Mr. Bischoff had a prior engagement. So I thank you for coming and appreciate the effort, because I always give extra credit for that, because I think that's important, and I appreciate the time that you've committed to being here all night. I agree that I feel like you're definitely overqualified for this position, and your experience and talents and knowledge, I think, would be put to much better use in some of the other things we talked about tonight, frankly. To echo Councilmember Parkhurst, we definitely need to find something in a way for you to support for us. I agree with Councilmember Garcia in terms of who stuck out for me in terms of prior service. I'm not 100% sure that that's that's what this is a reward for prior service. I definitely think that both Jeanette and Rob have done a lot for the city. I'm just going to say it outright, because I'm sure people feel like that about me, but I do worry a little bit about Rob and his passion for the Little League. And there is a lot of, he's obviously not involved with Little League anymore, and he's not on the board, so there's no direct conflict. But I just want to be mindful of the fact that he will definitely be an advocate for Little League, and that is fine, because I'm sure people would say that about me and others on the council as well. So I just wanted to bring that up so that people know that we are thinking about those kinds of things. And to be fair, he might be replacing someone else who's a very strong advocate for Little League, who's actually on the board and interest in Commissioner Carlson. So, but I also thought that I liked. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm missing the name. Sorry, I lost my.
Kelly Stravinsky.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciated Kelly Stravinsky's application. That also brings up a point I want to clarify at some point in this discussion, is I think we need to go back to the commission application, and if we need to maybe put that on the website, that it makes it easier for people to access it electronically, because I feel like that gives us much better information about people's interest in the position and goals for being on the commissioner or board, because the application for the employment is odd and doesn't really give a place where they can actually, I mean, a couple of people figured out where they could maybe shoehorn it in, but there wasn't an obvious place for people to express, their interest / goals for the position. But yeah, so I appreciated her application just because I think she was able to give the information that I like to see in terms of what, what they think they're going to bring to the commission.
I agree. I'm moving forward this, I would like to see a new application that we proceed with. And I also, during that application, I want stated the rules that we have for attendance, as well as anything else that's, policy that we should probably highlight very large, like, you're applying for this, this is your expectation. So if I could see that, and if we could see a new form, that would be great in the future. So with Kelly's, I agree. I also feel that a lot of the people that applied could really be utilized in a lot of the different groups that we have in our city, and I don't know if they've reached out to those yet and known about them well enough to see this. So we advertise this really well, so I would encourage both Kelly as well as definitely Mike Stratton, who I've known since he was a child, that the passion is there and the interest in everything is there. I just think we need to see more involvement in other things in the community so that we can see, what their strengths are, what they bring to the table, as well as they can find out more about, which different groups they want to be a part of. Because I think that is part of the community, and to be part of community services, you need to be familiar with the different groups and different entities of the community. With Mr. Agrawal, I think you are overqualified for so many. I was so impressed. I was like, ooh, can we hire him somewhere? But then you said you're retired, and I understand that. But your goals were hit every commission we have. It was Planning Commission, it was a Transportation Ad Hoc Committee, it was Senior Services, Community Services, it's Natural Resources. So those are all separate commissions, Library. And I love that you want to be so involved. I'd love for you to get to know our community. I don't know how much you've done in our community. I know you live in Arcadia, which is right next door, and we're much friendlier and fun. So I love that you're here. So I would really encourage you to look at another application that will be coming up in the next year for possibly Planning Commission. I think that's one of those commissions that really takes a lot of expertise and a knowledge base that you hold an abundance to, and it's our very important commission that takes a lot of time and knowledge based, and I think you'd be perfect for that. I too would highlight Rob Bischoff as well as Jeanette Lydia, because I think I've seen their passion for things. I think I too wondered about your concern, but I think that a lot has happened through the last few years, and I believe that a lot of that passion can be directed towards the other commissioners too, with what they can work well as a team together. I'm hoping. I think that's the positive in all of it, and I appreciate the application of changing from one group to another and stepping up, because that's a big difference from being part of a committee to a commission. So I would also probably, I'm going to encourage, I hope you guys agree, because I don't want to be in unison, but I would want Jeanette to be the taking over the interim position. So that would add the partial one to that would add the extra time frame, and then have Rob be the next step up. And it's full term.
Replace the Carlson.
Correct. Replace Lisa. And I appreciate you applying tonight, and I can't tell you how impressed I was when we got your application today. I wish I got to know you better sooner too. But please, if you don't reach out, we'll probably reach out to you when the Planning Commission comes open in 2027, if not sooner. There might be a position we're seeing when things come up. There might be coming up this year, maybe. Yeah. So we're hoping for one. So please, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for sitting and waiting and giving us your impressive background and your passion. So do.
I may mention a lot of questions which were asked during the meeting. I had answered to almost all of them.
That's what I was guessing.
You said why digging so much will cost so much, roofing, the
Yes.
accessibility, and I was on those committees for the California Building Commission.
Exactly.
Moving the rules for entire California, PEME, like plumbing, electrical, mechanical, energy, accessibility, and hospital. I've been to those committees.
Well, please come back on the 14th and help us with the fees.
Yes, and I would encourage you to please come visit the Planning Commission. They are every first and third Thursday of the month. Come and visit our other commissions because we will have spaces opening up, but get to see what they're doing on their commissions because it's very important work that they bring to us, and they are the eyes and the professionals pretty much that look at all of those for us. So I encourage you, I'm their liaison, so come and sit with me and hang out and watch the Planning Commission and see their work. So you could see, what it entails to be on a commission for their positions here in Sierra Madre.
I did present some of the budget reports for Metro.
Oh, great, yeah.
I worked there for 20 years.
Ah,
And so I know exactly what you were going through.
yes.
How difficult it was to improve it. I can appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for your application. So do we have to move on that? Do we take a motion? No, I just appoint. All right. All right. Let's move on to items for future agendas.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So we probably all got this email, and I suspect the city did as well, but I do think we should consider the filming, the Camilo film permit variance. If, as stated in the email, that they have neighbor support for a variance to our film permit limits, I think that's worth at least hearing. Again, with the big caveat that they've gotten buy-in from the neighbors in the neighborhood to a longer filming schedule than we would otherwise allow, because we also have other issues with filming in town, so I don't want to compound that. But if it is what they say in terms of having the neighborhood
Inside.
support, then, I'm willing to at least hear it.
And that it's all inside and not pleading on our traffic or anything else. I agree.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
It came to my attention with the bike ride that we don't have any post-certified officers for bikes. So I'd like to get kind of an update, a thought, and a plan. We've bought bikes a couple years ago, and we don't have any
Bicycles. I was thinking because we just have a new motorcycle. I
No,
was
no,
like,
no.
What?
Bicycle. I'm sorry. My apologies. It's late. Yeah, but it'd be good to get an idea of. Well, it's for a future agenda. So.
But if he already has them, he says we already have them.
If it's a quick answer, then we can save it for an agenda.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Madam Mayor.
Do we have any post?
Can we? Okay.
Good evening, City Council. Thanks for the question. So we don't have any certified. We did put out to see if anybody was interested. Not very many people were interested. It's a course that costs about $2,400 to attend, and it's a week-long course to be certified as a bike officer. It's something we're looking at. We have it out there. We went through a huge transition. So those that were certified left, and it's just a matter of certifying them, hopefully in the near future.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Do you still want it agendized?
No.
I would like, or I need to, agendize, one of the things that we did not do in the past, which we were supposed to be doing, is if someone is applying for a leave of absence on our commissions, they are supposed to give notice to the mayor, and then the mayor should agendize it for a future meeting. So I would like to agendize the leave of absence for Planning Commissioner Moran at our next meeting.
We need to, what's the council action, because they serve at the pleasure of the mayor?
It's approving the leave of absence.
Oh, okay.
And
You want?
And also, I think, coming to consensus about next steps, now that we have an attendance policy and everything else.
Okay.
Any more? All right. I would like to adjourn. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody. We passed a 2026, 2027 budget. Sorry, that was loud in the thing. Thank you, everybody.
It's only 10:06.
Woohoo!